Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescuing collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. In the third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Bye.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. All right, another mission accomplished. Wild Bear will never become the Haunted.
everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Goodbye.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. All right, another mission accomplished. Wild Bear will never become the Haunted.
everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Goodbye.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. All right, another mission accomplished. Wild Bear will never become the Haunted.
Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescuing collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, you will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Bye.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. All right, another mission accomplished. Wild bear will never become the haunted.
Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Goodbye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this year's NA Firefly Showdown, hosted by NetEase own Lost Light. And I am your first commentator called Lazy, or LZY, as you could call it. And I'm proud to commentate for today's event. Here is my partner as well. Introduce
One
yourself.
tap, yeah.
Yeah. So, just want to open up this tournament with some expectations. Since I didn't really catch much of the round robins, what are your thoughts about the upcoming games, OTK?
Since yesterday I was able to catch some of the round robins, I do have some expectations of the outcomes. We are going to be catching. Who are we catching first? We're going to be catching IC versus Locos. So we're going to have probably the middle of the ladder, I would see. I do see PMS coming out on top though. But we'll see after the first couple rounds.
Yeah, viewing this from like an outside perspective, since I didn't really see any of the games yet, I'm slowly rooting for IC for this one. I want to see how they do for this specific game.
They did have a strong first match.
Yeah, I did see that. we also want to take note for every viewer watching on the stream that right. We'll be now. Never mind. We'll be proceeding now to the rules and discussions of the tournament.
For the tournament, we got 4 teams, 20 players in total. Each team consists of 1 leader and 4 members. Rules are simple: 5v5, no redeploy, no self revives, no pets. Max value 3.5 million. We have an amazing prize pool of $2,000 going out to each, split between the teams. First place we taking home 1,000. Second place taking home 500. Third place taking home 300, and fourth place taking home 200. No matter what place you come in, you're taking home a little bit, and it's gonna feel good.
Yep. And here are the batch of teams that are going to be competing for today's tournament. We have the Outcast, Las Locas, IC, and PMS. So for those watching on the stream, cheer for your favorite team right now.
Let's hear it in the chat.
And these are the series of games that will be happening today. From the matchup of IC and Las Locas and Outcast and PMS, we will determine our final competitors and are also our third place matchups for this tournament.
It's gonna be some crazy games, guys. I see
Very
some
fast paced, yeah.
very fast.
All right, our
Alright.
first game is about to begin. IC versus Las Locas for their first matchup for our semifinals.
Be a best of 5, so they will have to take 3 rounds to go on to the next. So we will hopefully see a little back and forth so we can get some action.
Yep.
As we take us into the game, we are loading up now.
Right. So what kind of weapon expectation, or are your expectations of weapons that they're going to be using for this first matchup? I feel like the first matchup is like a feeling out process based from their rehearsal.
Yeah, I do feel that you're probably gonna go with maybe like a one sniper setup, kind of like a 1 sniper for 4 ARs. If the sniper goes down, they're gonna pick it up and just move it around. I do feel like from the round robins, a lot of teams like to be clumped depending on the map. If we do come in on, I would say windswept, we're probably gonna have a split up game. So we're gonna have a little bit of a different matchup. We are coming in on windswept, so.
All right. Oh wait, this is actually art.
Arc. Forgive me. We do have Team Icy with a strong side hold. The only issue is that Locos does have town spawn.
Yeah,
So
they
they
have
will
the
have.
advantage. Yeah, like
They
IC
will
has to
have IC
rotate
push into them.
from. Yeah, IC has to rotate from the lighthouse towards the town.
And they do have perfect position on Raymond as well. Not too much cover for Team IC. This is rough. Already receiving cover right off the start.
A lot of B11 SAS loadout prepared. For those who are unaware, they've recently added an execution to this DMR. Once you knock down an enemy with this weapon, they die immediately after being knocked down.
It's a very strong play to have. Originally, I did think BSS was going to come in, and
Yeah.
does seem like we were right.
So most of the newly buffed execution weapons are being used here, including the DR10. As you can see, Link is using it right here.
Yeah, he does. He does want to make sure that once they get that kill, they do not get back up. They are moving up slow.
Yeah, they're taking their time in this fight because, like, it's very risky, being that the recent change, they removed the respawns for these ranked matches. So once you're gone,
Once you're down, yep. And with
already
these
a handicap
elimination
rate.
weapons, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard. One bullet could be it. And especially with most setups that most people are going to look to run, we do have a split setup of we have Locos running heavy armor, and we got the IC team. We have at least one covert setup.
AC's
Forgive me.
playing very
Is that
patiently.
Bauli? Bauli? I see Bauli running a level 1 for that silent. Smart.
Okay,
They
both
pull up on
teams are
ISO 4 on the roof.
they're both being very patient here, waiting for moves to happen. But yeah, as the rank mode has changed, battle cards are a very top priority for your team's extraction, and the most viable choice to get most cards is killing Raymond. So
Yeah, and
both
they
teams
have,
are trying to get there.
and the biggest thing is we have Locos knowing that Raymond's right on top of them. So if they do take them and they have to, they can all clump up, take Raymond, and try to work their way out, pull a few cards out of the boxes, and get out, and play it
It's
by
a
cards.
the timetable is very short. It's like their spacing is very cramped, and like if they do take Raymond, they might have the risk of getting third party by IC.
Yep, and getting pinched. So they have to take their time, play a lot of information. I did see this coming. I saw this a lot in the round robins of people clumping up and just trying to wait for who can get information first. We do have gas grenades coming into the center. I do believe that's just trying to get some information and see if they can have any guys pushing up in the mid. There is some area that they can crawl up and try to split in between Team IC. Maybe pick off one or two guys without them knowing how close they are. We have Nova pushing up the mid. It's a smart play. He does have eyes on Kazakh.
Shots are not connecting.
The shots just aren't doing it. Cartel watching the far left side, making sure no one's coming around from port side. Smart play, smart play. Of ISO on top of the roof. It does look like he may have gassed himself or gotten gassed. I think he may have gassed himself.
It's likely because he's
Didn't quite catch
ticking
that.
slowly.
Yeah.
As long as they're moving slowly towards Raymond.
Unless. Yeah, they would not get their grenade that far out. We do have Secura pushing up the main street. We do have a pincer play coming in from Team IC on the port side. Although we do have Cartel Gaming watching for that. But is he going to catch it? That is the question.
Shot
We do
fire.
have some gunfights in the middle. Team IC taking the first down. They have one man down. Cartel. He did pick him up coming around the side, as I said. He was watching that cut. Nova believes he sees someone coming around the backside, I believe. Not quite sure.
Just a power play from Las Locas right now.
You have a lot of 3PP. Smart play to use that 3PP peak. Best way to get your information.
So, given the situation for IC, how do they make a comeback in the situation?
I'm not sure. They're gonna have to make a real big play. They're gonna have to get back together, pull together, because they are fully split out. They're they're all out in different areas, and the hardest part is Kazakh coming back to his teammates. So they might lose another player out here on the far side because that pincer play, unless they had Kazakh come in close with him going out far wide to hopefully pick off those shots coming to the original IC player that went down, it was a loss. They're in a very tough spot. They just need to be able to get that next pick. That's what matters. We do have Sakura looking for a backdoor play, trying to get that repick on Cartel. Smart play. Sakura making a move.
Navia though pushing towards Lighthouse. Looking to counter the flank.
Sakura is right on top of their team.
And
He's
it's
gonna be
not
the
a very
best
good play.
chance to get info. We do have them collecting cards.
Yep. Well,
And
the
it's
other team is like
almost
holding.
double.
Yeah, like they're halfway to getting 1,000 cards without even getting Raymond yet, right?
Yep. This is gonna be a tough comeback, but they're not quite privy of Sakura coming around behind them yet. They are all looking at Lighthouse right now.
Yeah, because
Link,
shots were like done there, but it was not connecting due to the use of a red dot sight only. So which gave away his position.
yep.
So I like how they kind of oh gosh, shots. I like how they kind of revamped this ranked mode. I feel like they based this originally from its original concept and made it more team-based.
Yep. I do agree with that. That's a big play by that. The team base and not being able to just do everything by one player is huge.
And having all teams like confined in a small area of the map.
Yep. The wall banging is something that definitely made it so that also people can't just sit in one area as well. That's something that I do like, because people do have that tendency to sit in one area. Does look like Nova's taking some shots here. He did even out to 4 and 4.
You just missed it though, but his Disco is down.
Yep. He did get knocked off the roof. Icy got a pick off Lighthouse. That was a great play by Icy up there. But Nova is known. Oh, Nova goes down.
Okay.
It is now
It's now
3 on 3.
3 on 3, an even matchup. IC actually has a chance to win this.
Oh, Cartel picks him up,
That's
and we got a double pull. That's a 3 on 1
Was
now.
that a
3 on
pistol
1.
kill from Aldous?
Yes, that was.
God,
He loaded him enough and then pistoled him. That was a wild play. He is gassed though. Oh, Link knows where Sakura is. This is not good for Team IC. He picked him. He did get him across the street going onto the football field. He's calling it out to the rest of his team. They're all making moves on it. This might be the end for the first round.
To survive this.
This is going to be a struggle. He's getting shot, and that's it. Body goes flying into the air, into the moon.
Oh my god!
I don't know if anybody else saw that, but that was a great fly. Man has reached the moon once again.
That's one way of going out, I guess.
He went out like a shooting star.
Alright, so...
It's a rough. That was a big first round. I honestly, I thought IC, after they got that second pick, that they were going to be coming back. I really did.
Yeah, but again, as you called it earlier, the spacing for IC kind of gave the weakness of their current push.
Yeah, they really, honestly, the biggest thing I felt they had to do was most likely push into town and just try to get an area in town and not, or push the Lighthouse and play height. to have some angle. Considering you have 3 PP, you can just use them angles and peek and have people push you instead of coming down to them. Uh, there was a few mistakes that were made, but it's a feel out. It's the first round. You're not quite sure, and Link LC got a really rough spawn. It's a rough spawn to have.
We'll see if they get a better one in the next matchup. So I'm assuming they don't need to collect the cards since the enemy team has died off. Okay, so initial thoughts about that matchup. What do you guys?
That was, and we'll be having a rematch coming up on the second round. But that first round, that was wild,
Yeah, I
man.
feel like IC just had an unfortunate spawn point. They had
That's
like the
really,
struggle from the lighthouse area.
I agree. That's the first thing that I saw once I realized, the spawn points. I kind of saw how it was gonna play out, but the pick that they got from Lighthouse on that second Locos player, they could have turned it around, but once they all realized they had a few shots and he got wall banged, and that was it. They came down to a 3-on-2, and just
Yeah,
Locos just picked them off one by one at that point. All IC tried to pick back together, and unfortunately, with how spread out they were, they got picked off one by one.
yeah. So
It was
that's
very
a big
unfortunate.
yeah. That's a big congratulations to Las Locas for winning that first round.
Congratulations, guys. Big win.
Alright.
As we come into the second round, we are having them select their loadouts. For Locus, ISO is going to be going with the B11. Cartel is going to be going with an M4. Aldis is going to be going with an MP7. IC is going to be going with an AK
Is
and
that
an
an M7?
M700.
Okay,
M700.
are they trying to shoot off the bag?
I guess so. I
No
guess
way.
so.
Okay.
Are
I
they
mean,
going for a little bit of memeing?
we already saw the pistol play, so why not? Huh?
Yeah. I guess they're trying to meme back. And so this, and then ISO is going, with the B11, of course. You have the auto knockout. Smart play. Smart play.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're gonna have one coming out on Team IC.
Although we see an MP7 on Aldous here, I feel like there's a lack of SMGs being utilized in the meta right now.
Yeah, it's just, I have to say, the it would probably be the armor penetration is the one issue. I
Yeah,
always was a huge fan of SMGs because of the movement speed, but
the fire rate, yeah.
yep, the
But
biggest issue.
compared to ARs, they're just too weak, yeah. Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
So there was a technical issue
With that
on
first
starting
match.
that first matchup. So we're gonna have to rematch it. Everybody will rematch this current game. Our first
So
matchup will officially restart in first person mode. So it was not supposed to be in third person.
I was very confused by that. I was very
Yeah, I thought it
confused by
was
that.
like a spectating bug or what. So I guess it was just
As did
a
I.
technical error.
So that game will be thrown out, which is good, and we will be coming back to a 0-0. Icy gets luck of the draw with a bug, and we're gonna have a no problem.
We're in.
As the
All
teams
right.
are readying up.
We're just waiting on one player from IC who's still currently in the last game who hasn't joined yet.
Yep. Azkapour is still readying up as well.
So it's more of like
Oh,
a
new room.
blessing in disguise for IC now, since they have an idea of how Las Locas will play.
Very true. They have, they both have an idea. I did see LC play this way yesterday as well as CNA. They did both do a split when they played on Mount Akiyama. So I do feel like they have the first round as a feeler round as to what the other team is gonna do and how they play, and second round is somehow they're gonna play it differently. I do see it's gonna play out like that.
I did see your point earlier before the matchup started that I'm not sure if it's still is Las Locas, if you mentioned that they would clump up, or most of the teams would clump up, and even though there's still some spacing, it's still very close to each other, so that they can also like back up each other if in case they get pushed.
Yeah, and especially like the first round, um, at least North American players in most esport games that I've watched, they definitely really like to clump together and work off of each other and feel out the first team on the first round and understand how they play. And if they go down, they go down, but they'll understand if the team is playing aggressive or relaxed, and second round come out a little bit differently. But I do see with how most of the rounds played in round robin that they are going to still be in that clumped, only because like I said, like you said, they're going to want to be able to back their teammates up, because once you're starting to get shot at, you need to be able to have someone return fire, because if you don't, you're almost, if not definitely, going down.
I feel like also from the last, like from the matchup we saw, IC made some initial shots, which kind of exposed how spread out they were, which Las Locas take advantage of.
I do agree. Yeah, they took some far shots on the right side, which, if you're making that far right play, you gotta be almost like a snake in paintball. You have to go quietly, be small, not let people know where you are exactly, but get them shots off. And unfortunately, they picked them off very early, and they knew they were making that far left turn. And I think that's why we saw Cartel set up on that backdoor play and watch for them to come around port side.
Yeah, they could have landed those shots, but I did notice that they're only using small optics, like red dots, which is kind of hard to aim it for, even like with the precise aim. That's really hard to hit. I
Yeah,
don't
at
know.
far distances. Yeah, they definitely set up for the probably spawning in town. They got the
Yeah,
unfortunate spawn of being on the hill, and with this weapon setup that they had, it was just a bad start out. So hopefully with this second go on this first round, that with the change of the loadouts, we do have HKs, a mixture of HKs, one SMG, a few B11s, still have that M700 and AK. The
I
AK
still
is
want to see
still
that.
kind of shocking to me
Yeah, I'm
as
surprised.
well.
I mean, everybody likes the AK now, in
I
any
do like
game.
the AK.
Yeah,
I do like the AK, but for the mid range, close range, and far range, I do think the HK is a slight bit superior with the M995 and the ability
yeah.
to pierce almost all helmets. It's just slightly better than you have with the 7 and 39.
All right. Okay, we're just waiting on the players to finalize their loadouts, and then we'll officially start the first matchup.
We are missing out on one IC player. We're waiting on them to come in. Team Locos is ready. We have one M4 on that team. They did swap out from an HK to an M4. That's kind of more of a short to mid range, while the HK I do feel is a bit more mid to long range with the recoil patterns. So we do have a little bit of a mixture of loadouts.
A well-balanced set of armor sets as well for Las Locas. Yeah. Tier
Yeah,
fives and
they
I
did
think
swap to
that's
tier 5s and tier 6s now.
yeah.
None of them are wearing heavy armor either. I do think that was a swap off for some other items because of the money limit. We will have a 5-minute technical break.
Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not...
Hey, we're back.
Welcome back, guys.
Yep.
Sorry about that. We did have some technical difficulties. One of the IC players was stuck in the last match, so they were not able to get out, so we did have to have them restart and get back in. So we will be resuming. We do have a full AK setup from the IC team with the M700. Does seem like almost like a EU versus NA setup.
You can see
if
the,
I said
the
it.
difference. Yeah, you can see like a difference in load up selections.
Oh, yes. I did not see this coming in the second round. Or first round rematch.
All right, officially underway.
As we go into the
for
first
this first
match.
matchup. Yeah. Let's see
Yep.
how different the spawns will be this time.
Yep. These spawns, they matter more than almost anything, I could say.
Okay.
Oh, these are
They're
big
more-
spawns.
These are better spawns for IC now.
Yes.
They're near theater. They're very. If Raymond is in theater, they already have the opportunity to get him quickly.
I have a feeling he might be in theater, but we do see them going to the two-story setup. Yesterday we did see this come out from the IC team. They're going after some cards.
You can see how clumped up Las Locas is together. All 5 members.
Like I said, all 5 members on top of each other. Smart play. I mean, you got to do it. The only way you can ensure your teammate does not go down. The only issue is if you all get gassed, the other team knows where everybody is.
Someone's coming.
That's the only downside of being all clumped up. Do have Cartel and Nova taking 3rd floor and 3-story, 4-story.
Teams, they might run into each other right here. Very, very close to each other right now.
They
1v5 situation.
They officially came into each other. All Starlink's first
Headshots
go down.
counting in.
IC coming up from staircase. Takes down 1. IC goes down.
Everybody's dropping so fast.
We have 2 down for Team Locos, 1 down for IC. IC's coming in on Team Locos. So much
my
going on.
God.
IC is the ones who take the fall. 4 guys down. 1 man standing. We're down to a 3-1 situation again. Nova's healing. He is begging for his life right now.
Oh, please use the M7, please.
That was a insane play by IC. I did not see that coming.
Yeah, I think
They
it
are
was
aware of
very,
his position.
it was very risky to like push in. I feel like the vaulting animation kind of cost them. Yeah.
Nova goes down. Made a very, very bold play on the window. He didn't go full down though. He was not using an elimination weapon. They do have a chance to pick him back up. He is making a move to go back
Oh,
inside.
true. I almost mistaken it for the DR10. I forgot it was
Me
the
too.
M7. Okay, Las Locas in a good spot. They don't really need to force anything. Just need to collect cards. If they can, eliminate the last player.
They just need to also hold off those windows so they just don't get a peek on the Locos player picking up Nova. They are checking around for anybody going on first floor. They were able to get that player back up. Team Icy is making a move. He's moving out of his position. They're about to come into each other. Locos picks him off.
Facing in. Okay. And that eliminates the entire IC team.
That will be Locos taking round 1. They were able to keep up all 5 members?
Yeah, because one of them got knocked, but wasn't
Not out.
execution weapon.
Knocked but not out. Wow. Made a big
So,
play.
A fully healthy team for Las Locas alive at the end of this first round.
That's the thing that scared me about that AK setup. Is just the no elimination power. It's almost worth it to kind of just run that B11 for that quick elimination. I know it's not quick in the close quarters, but when you're pushing in like that, you need to make sure you can get those trades.
Yeah, Aldous seems to be having trouble picking up the card, but or are they not?
Oh, they don't have the team backpack.
They
They don't have the team backpack. So they are running back to pick up the team backpack and pick up their cards to make it out of the first round.
Shown off right here. There we go.
They are doing a little partying, as expected.
Okay, you just need to collect 1,000 cards and call in their extraction helicopter to secure the game.
The question is, are they going to go after Raymond?
I mean, they can if they want to. It's kind of not too risky if you know how to handle his bodyguards. Raymond alone is kind of easy to handle, but the bodyguards are kind of.
As you say that, Nova almost goes down. Sometimes
Headshot on Raymond. That should be a highlight.
Oh, here he goes. All of his buddies are just lasering him. He gets gassed.
It's like how they crowd you and like all shoot you at once. That's how dangerous these guys are.
And especially if they all get you and you worry about them and Raymond pops up, it could be the end. But they do get that 1,000 tickets and they will be calling that extract.
Like for the newer players, you guys should. I think some of you have experienced this already. Like some of the AIs in this game should not be taken lightly.
No, they should not. It took a while to learn how to handle Raymond sometimes, especially in specific angles with the new ability to shoot through walls. If they catch you and you don't get behind cover, it could get rough.
Alright, Las Locas has called in their helicopter and are beginning the extraction. Should be finished in like 30 seconds.
In just about 30 seconds, yeah. We do have a knockout by Nova because of poison. I do believe he let himself get knocked out.
That was close.
To get rid of the poison.
So although that was a fast game, for those who are new to the game or just learning ranked, that's how it's gonna be played. Most of it's gonna be fast-paced, some of it's gonna be very slow-paced. But collect 1,000 cards, call your helicopter, defend if you have enemies left, and extract. So yeah.
Fairly simple. We will be pulling back into the lobby as we prepare for round 2. Congratulations, Team Locos, for pulling out on round 1.
That was
That was
a crazy interaction in that crossway towards the two buildings.
I didn't even see Team IC pulling up that staircase.
Like I
Did
saw one player, like I saw the connecting bridge, towards to the two buildings. I saw one IC player like mistakenly go in within the five Locos players, and then
And that's where they got it.
the rest of the team scrambled to help, but they also got picked off, which
Gotcha.
is
Yeah,
unfortunate.
I was so focused on where Locus was fighting up on the
No,
top floor.
that was not
They
easy to
caught him
follow,
up.
man. They all died
Yeah.
so fast.
Yeah, the smart play of IC peeking them on that third floor with the one player, making them think
Yeah,
that they were probably going to hold that building with the other players coming up beneath. That was a smart play if they only maybe had some elimination weapons. Some weapons
yeah,
that could have taken some of those players out with them. Could have maybe evened it out for that last IC player and maybe could have turned it around. He did have a good position. Those buildings are hard to clear.
yeah. So our current standing right now is a 0-1 in favor of Las Locas. So yeah, hopefully I see. I don't know if they're. I don't know if they could reanalyze what happened, but I think they should prioritize elimination weapons or execution weapons in the next round.
I do agree. I do agree. Those spawn and elimination weapons. Those are the two main factors that can change the game,
They had a
and
better spawn this time, but
much
unfortunately the
better.
gunfight was not too good.
I'd say the only downside of that spawn with Locust getting still a slightly, I would say that would be maybe a 60-40 play on the power of the spawns, with Locust having a slight power play only because they do have that L-shaped building with the ability to move into different angles and catch different angles on that one building. With them pushing up from underneath and not going maybe into theater in fear of Raymond, I do think that may have been the mistake only because of the multi-floor setup with that theater building does allow a little bit more confusion, and the staircase is a bit hard to handle, and if you do have one guy set up, you'll hear him coming. They do have to cross the street to get to you.
Yeah, like and our company as well. Like we haven't seen much gas grenade play yet, but like in our company, gas grenades are very deadly.
Yes, and especially knowing where, finding out just that slight information that you may need to know where that other team is. They did throw those gas grenades on the third floor and catch out where I think 2 or 3 of those Locust players were, and I do believe that's where that push came from up the staircase.
Yeah.
But we do have teams readying up. They are ready for the second round. I do believe we'll be pulling into it fairly soon.
But let's not take much credit off. I know the AK is a good weapon, like to most players playing the game, but in today's today's Lost Light, it has changed drastically since most of the other weapons have been very better options than the AK. The AK is good, but some of the other weapons are actually a better choice for situations.
Concentration level to rate of fire could be the issue, because if you're getting off, a few rounds less than the HK as we're pulling into the second round, it could be the downfall. So we will see. We did see a slight change in loadouts from the IC team. We will call it out as we come in on the second round, and
Right.
we will see what map we're coming in on.
Yeah, we're loading into the next round.
Mount Akiyama. I do see IC
Okay.
is running some MHKs.
Okay, Mount Akiyama is this is one of the more challenging maps to play in rank because this takes up the entire map, not just the section of Akiyama. So it's more challenging of getting into positions and also locating your enemy, as
Exactly.
also like securing your safety because there's not much cover in open spaces. You can easily get shot by sniper rifles.
Yeah, height, height and position matters a lot on Mount Akiyama, and moving a lot, making sure you're not standing still. Because if you're standing still and they have that position on you, if you're moving, they may not hit you, and you can find out where they are. But if you're standing still, you could be on the ground fairly soon with that elimination weapon and be out of the game. So make sure you are moving and you try to get that info.
Okay, we have seen the adjustment now from IC. They are currently using a B11 and an KC. Some of the newly buffed execution weapons for the game.
Yeah, I
So
did see
hopefully
that coming
they
in.
take advantage of it.
One IC player is still using an AK. I do believe that that would be for probably movement speed. It is a fairly good weapon for movement speed and ergonomics. HK is slight heavy when you're running that 100 round or 50 round or 60 round mag. We do have Team IC pushing up one of the double humps
Again, though,
towards the
like
lookout.
you can see how different the two teams play. I see again scattered, but in a two-team split, three on near military base and two near mountain backway. While Las Locas has one player trailing, which is Novia, and I'm assuming he's gonna be scouting for the team from afar.
And we also do have those two IC players on the side running a bit of a light setup on their armor for that quietness. So I do think they are running a 2 scout setup with a 3 juggernaut. So they're going to be looking
Hopefully, this is
to try
not
to get some
looking good for
information.
them though. Like they have four players closing in on them very soon.
I do feel like IC is looking for a villa setup while Locus is looking for a lookout setup. So it's going to come down to who sees who first. Once again, they are holding the antenna mountain still. You have Nova holding the antenna mountain with Aldous backing him up. Just slightly below.
Okay, she spots them now. Trying to get some landing, some good shots in. Because like if you hit someone with your weapon, in any weapon, you can get a general idea of where they are. As you see their HP bar appear above their heads.
And what kind of armor too. So you do have a general idea of what kind of player they or how fast they can move or where they can move. If they are wearing that heavy armor, they are going to be much slower. You also get a general idea of what kind of helmet they have, what kind of setup they're running. We do have Aldous kind of doing the reverse of what IC did last game. They have 2 guys pushing up, 3 guys pushing up.
Yeah, and
Well,
Novia's still holding that mountain side
yeah,
in case of any
he's.
pushes happen.
And I mean, like I would almost suspect that happening every match on
Yeah,
this map.
I feel like it's a no-brainer. Like put someone up
Yeah,
there and like call the shots or whatever.
right. Any
Keep your team
information they
safe.
see,
Yeah.
you don't even need to shoot. Just be info. Because they hold that street, you have that straight look down from all the garages. You'll know if they're pushing into Villa. You have so much information from that mountain. It's so hard almost not to give it up when you get there. But we do have who's that Kazakh coming up on Aldous? Almost like he they all know that they're on that mountain. They did take some shots earlier in the round. So they're just waiting to see if they can get that angle on this Locust team.
And I also noticed most of the players are using the 4x scope with the enemy marking buff. So that if you hit any enemy, they get highlighted for the rest of your team
Which is
for a short
huge.
period. Yeah.
Just allows your teammates who may have an angle get that angle
So for
that you
those
otherwise
players who
don't have.
don't like to communicate or don't want to use their mics, maybe this is a good option for you.
It's a great option. Plus, your teammates will love you.
I did
They'll
notice
make
a
the world.
significant drop in usage of the proximity chat in the game. I don't know. Is it just for me, or have you noticed that as well?
I haven't noticed it too.
I
I
think
came back
people,
from.
people
Sorry?
don't talk anymore.
No, not at all. I came back recently and I don't even have people wiggling back and forth on the ground anymore. Some people would wiggle back and forth like, no, don't execute. You know, they just either
Yeah.
leave or come back.
This-
So we do have Team Icy holding that double hill with people on military as well. While Cartel and the gang is holding the lookout, seeing if they can get some information on Mountain Cliff.
Shots on Novia. Missed. Both teams have to move though because they only have around 18 minutes left of this round.
Yeah, only 18. They have a lot of time to do what they need to do. It's simple battle of attrition. Who can withstand not pushing or exposing themselves? Once you hold a
This almost
position, you kind of can not move.
Yeah, this is almost like opposite of what happened last matchup. This is what IC did before. Four of their players pushed up, one left behind. But this time it's Las Locos doing
The
that
opposite.
setup. But this time it's in Akiyama.
Yeah, and they do decide to give up that mountain. That was kind of shocking. We did have IC in the round robin hold that mountain in the vice versa situation where they were on the antenna spawn and they came up to the mountain and they held it. They did split off just the opposite way of Locos did this game.
So right now it's only Novia revealing his position. His teammates have not made a move yet on IC on the tunnel side of Akiyama.
We still have one IC player holding back at mountain back way. Oh, he picks Link, and he picks ISO.
Oh damn! That
That's a
is
double
like a
pick.
very good position from that long way. Holding that position is a very good, very crucial for IC.
And that was just two wild shots there by the IC player. That's
That
what happens
already
when you have that marking scope.
that already isolates the four-man squad from Las Locas to two people now. And the sniper now has to relocate and support his team in the tunnel.
Yep.
This gives the
And he's got
opportunity
a
for
while to
IC to
go.
push. Yeah. I'm not sure if he'll
This,
make it, but he needs to keep going right now.
yep. Noah's gonna have to make a wide turn to come back to his teammates, maybe come through tunnel. But now all this is there by himself. He's getting closed in by the team. Cartel is down by Lookout, so he's split off. It's gonna be a hard problem for Team Locos as he's getting closed in on by the IC team. Kazakh is
Aldous
pushing
though.
down on him.
Aldous
Does
winning
get one
that one.
back. Insane win by Aldous.
With the MP7.
Must be using that armor shred ammo.
Might be the only good SMG currently. But that's viable against an AR maybe.
P90 does have armor pen now, does too.
Oh, with the 50 round, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and 50 rounds at the fire rate. I just feel the drop off is the one issue. MP7 does have a slight better dealing with drop off. We do have Cartel holding that angle on that mountain, stopping IC team from pushing up on Aldous, which makes it quite hard. Cartel did pick off that one IC player pushing up on Aldous. He is currently making Aldous the only player giving IC a problem from pushing up on the midpoint.
Okay, all
We did have
Las Locas players have regrouped now. They're all together now.
Nova did manage to get back to his team. quite shocking. I thought the IC team was going to be able to pick him off from the right. He's getting shot up, though. He did get picked up.
He picked the wrong
Trade.
side. He was
They get a
picking
trade?
left side.
Nova did trade,
I did. It's a 2-on-2.
but he's not out. He's not out.
Again, this is like the way you utilize elimination weapons. 2-on-2. My 3-on-2.
3-on-2.
That's Locos
Oh,
is
wow.
bringing this back now.
Yep. Unfortunately, they did shoot Nova with a non-elimination weapon, so he did not go down and out. So unfortunately, that mistake did cost IC on this. It may cost them dearly on this round. It may have been a mistake. They're down to 2 IC players.
They spot Skarai. Oh! Skarai though! Takes out Novia with a weakened armor. That's why he got down so fast.
Yep.
One last
We are
there from last
down-
Locos though.
Yep, we were down to 1. They did manage to come back. They were able to pick off those 2 players on the mountain.
I see preventing the comeback. They almost lost that though.
Oh,
Of course,
did get some
they're
good shots
looting in
on.
the open. Looting in the open. That's not a good idea.
never a good idea. Especially your teammates were shot from this angle. He did take out a guy earlier, but he's coming out. He may be exposing himself too much. He did receive some shots. He does know where the IC player is. He did see them both come up. It's starting out to be another crazy round, but he's not completely down and out. The IC player is able to call out where he is to his teammate. They do have a slight upper hand with the fact that the Locos player was not able to down and out. The question is, will he go for the revive, or is he going to let him bleed out for information? I say he'll bleed out for information.
It's a lot of pressure right now, like even with like less than 12 minutes left in this round.
Don't risk the revive. Oh!
He did. He
Cartel comes back.
tried. He was going to.
He should not have risked the revive. Like I said,
that was
let him bleed
very
out.
costly.
You're gonna have to have his best play in that position right there would be have to continue moving around the mountain, have your teammate move a little bit far left, bait yourself, because Cartel will have to come out and look for that revive. And just like he did, if he did not go for that revive and went to the top of the mountain, he may have had the perfect position to take him out when he was coming across the street. But unfortunately, he tried to make a very, very, very friendly play by trying to pick up his teammate, but unfortunately that was the wrong position.
They almost won this game though. They almost won this game.
It was a back and forth right there. Cartel pulling up a big MVP win for his team right there. He now just has to collect cards and get out.
That's the question though, if he can do this alone.
In 10 minutes. He has to do it alone in 10 minutes, or it will come down to what, a draw? He's doing the
for those
worm.
who are seeing this for the first time, do not be confused. Everybody calls this snaking, because apparently you can now like prone while moving. So this is one way of moving faster in the game. This is very legal. This is very legal. Don't worry.
It does bypass. It is a mechanism within the game, as we all have accepted. It's been around for a long time. Just slowly got easier and easier over time, but it's just something as if you looked at as b-hopping in CSGO, or bunny hopping in Dark and Darker. There's other games that have mechanisms within the game that people can figure out ways to use it to an advantage.
They kind of utilize this since they nerfed sprinting and jumping altogether. Like the stamina costs more when you do those actions.
True. Very true.
So just waiting on Cartel to collect those cards. It's about 9 minutes or so.
He just has to collect the other team's bag, or his team's bag. Go get the cards. So the question is, After getting 5 kills for the round, Cartel has definitely won the MVP for this round, in my opinion. With that big play, taking out Kazakh at the start, that was huge. Huge play for them.
But that
If
hold
Cartel,
off on the tunnel though, I thought that was IC's moment right there, but somehow they
yep,
lost the mountain fight.
I think that just a little bit of overzealousness after getting those 2 picks, only because they didn't get the knockout. You know, they didn't quite completely kill those players, so it made it just slightly harder for them to, you know, come back and try to hold down the position on that mountain. Some of them did try to come out and show themselves so they can watch and see if Locos players were trying to get those pickups. But unfortunately, when they knocked them, they fell into a position where they just had to overexpose themselves, and Cartel was able to take out 5 of them.
He was so tempted to revive his teammate, man.
Very tempted. Unfortunately, Cartel did have his teammate knocked, and he did let him bleed for the information.
Okay, now it's all up to Cartel to see if he can collect 1,000 cards within the time limit and extract. He has to go all the way to Villa now to
All the
fight
way.
Raymond.
Hopefully it doesn't get naded or one taps. I do hope in the next round, as we do have one more round for hopefully IC to come back. They do have a little bit of a hole to dig themselves out of, but with a new map change, hopefully they can, you know, turn it around. Give it a good shot against Team Locos.
Yeah, this might have been IC's best game so far.
They are
We'll see
figuring
how
them out, though.
Yeah, they did. They initially they seemed intimidated with Las Locas in the first unofficial game, which was bugged, but slowly they gained their confidence in facing the team.
Yeah, with the play in the stairwell in the last match, they definitely were like, we have to take it to them because they're just gonna sit back and clump together. So maybe what we do is we try to fake it out, and it almost as if they kind of swap strategies every match. It almost seems like.
You're just missing that last piece of execution in the gunfights or decision making in those fights, which cost them some mistakes.
Yeah. And it was just that split-second decision, you know? There wasn't any major decisions that really cost them too much. It was just those split-second decisions of, you know, do I let my teammate bleed out or do I pick him up? And unfortunately, the trying to help your teammate is not always the best decision.
Sometimes your
You guys
teammate
need to
can
use each
actually
other.
bring you to the danger instead of saving
Yep.
you.
And especially if you don't check the area where you're going before you go, it could be leading to a disastrous end like that.
It's always risky. Like revives take, I think, was it 8 to 9
And
seconds?
yeah, I was gonna say anywhere between 8 to 9. So just like a diffuse in CS:GO, it's a very long time you have to stand there and put yourself in a very risky position. So are you gonna definitely in a 2-on-1, ultimately you have to give yourself the best opportunity on a 1-on-1 because unfortunately if you go and heal, you're 10 seconds where it's a 1-on-0
Yeah. So
and the person knows where you are.
Las Locas here doesn't actually need to get to Raymond. He just needs around 200 plus cards to extract.
And he's got 4 minutes left, about 4.5 minutes.
I think it's enough time. But this stamina is not cooperating.
Yes, stamina is always an issue in this game. Can never have enough of it. Almost seems like they were wishing they could bring injectors.
Yeah, I'm hoping for that now.
Maybe in the future, just movement injectors, but that would
in
still make it a bit
custom
hard.
games.
Yeah, in custom games. If you guys want to run your own
Wait, did
tournaments and
he?
stuff,
Wait, look at his pistol.
yeah, he
Oh
has.
no.
I believe
Oh
he
wait,
has different ammo in his pistol.
no, on my view, like his pistol is like out of ammo. I don't know. I think it's a
Oh,
bug.
yeah, it's a bug. Spectator bug. He
Okay,
keeps unloading his ammo and having 7 and 31 in it. The top tier at 9 mil. Does look like he's gonna be trying to take out Raymond from a distance, or maybe trying to find these last bit of cards on the outside, not forcing himself
it's
to have to take Raymond.
128, 122 cards left. He's baiting out shots for the AI or the bots to come out, so he can take free shots.
Which is the smart decision. But he does have to make a move. He only has 2 minutes. He
There
does
you go.
spot Raymond's boys, so he's starting to take him out one by one.
They're running though.
It does get a bit hard from distance because they become paper boards.
From this distance, you're fine though. Like, but when you get to mid range to these guys, you have to be careful.
Very careful.
2 minutes and 20 seconds left. He has to move. Okay, the 360 play, breaking your legs, amazing.
Do it for the gram. Guy thinks he's in Nitro Circuits.
Oh
Oh,
my god, that
his biggest fear. Playing squad.
that's what he was scouting for.
Does take out one.
Oh,
Good peek there. Good choice with the Seth.
for those watching, you can see his armor is fine because most of these mini bosses or like stronger NPCs carry armor penetration bullets all the time. So don't be confused if you like died with almost healthy armor.
Their bullets
Doesn't
go straight
matter.
through. Yeah, their bullets go straight through. A good portion of the player base won't be wearing your top tier anymore armor, only because of the massive negatives that come with them.
Yeah.
You're almost better off glass cannoning most of your fights and trying to get first shot. It does feel that way in some other games as well.
Yeah, so move 1 minute left. Will he make it? Okay, he has. He has to call the helicopter now.
He has 1 minute. You better hurry up and get over there. It does have time to come in and land.
Wait, I don't think he'll make it though.
Yeah, with the bosses, they may see him when he's calling it in. It's 30 seconds. Is he gonna call it in?
Yeah, I don't think he's calling it in.
I think he just thinks he needs to hold 1,000.
We'll have to ask the official team on how they will score this.
He does have that 1,000, but being a solo
unable
player
to.
on a large map, it is fairly hard to collect those 1,000. As we come in on the close on the second round, we did have Team Locos take it 2-0 on the second match.
All right.
Cartel picking up 5 kills.
All right. So based from that matchup though, I still want to see how IC would adjust to their but potentially their might be their last matchup for this tournament.
It could be the last
Uh,
match for Team IC, yes. But you know, they're slowly each match. That first match was a bit shaky, trying to figure out how to get around the really bad spawn on the bugged map. But they got a little feel for how Team Locos played. But on that second map, they were on them. They were trying to hit them hard, trying to take them out fast. So that way, Team Locos couldn't get set up. But unfortunately, it just without those elimination weapons, Team Locos was again able to keep some of their players up because of positioning and managed to pull out in that second and third round due to just the fact that, you know, positioning really came down to it. You know, they gave up way too much in their positioning.
And that last crucial play on the mountainside, going for the revive, exposing yourself, giving the other team a chance to make a comeback. So we can see the scoreboard. They have officially counted the win to Las Locas, which is giving the tally of 0-2 in favor of Las Locas. They have one win left to proceed to the finals. Right, we're just waiting on the players to get ready for their next
The next
matchup.
match.
So
Will we see
what
any?
are yeah, we're gonna be expecting some adjustments for I think both teams. I feel like Las Locas was also surprised on how the sniping was so good on IC's side.
Yes. Yeah, they got picked off the mountain, and they definitely were not ready for that because of the way their setup was, and that almost kind of frantic change from getting Nova down from that antenna mountain and down to their teammate. They were just definitely not ready for that because it just wasn't a very strategic move to have him come down that way. So, for them to be forced into that position, they just weren't ready for those shots on the mountain, taking
They
out the
didn't
first two
really
players.
they didn't really have a choice unless to go through that long way. But yeah, there was already a sniper waiting at the end. That's why they got picked off. I think two of them got picked off quickly.
Yep. Yep. They got picked up off the mountain as they were coming down. And here we are. We're
Let's see
going into the
if
third match.
let's see if we'll see more execution weapons from IC side, or will they still stick to the M4 and the AK? We'll see.
That's the question. That is the question. As we come back in on Arc, we do
We're at
unfortunately have IC coming back in on that glitched bugged spawn. So we will have to see how they're going to play it this time.
So it's more of a rematch of the unofficial match we saw in the earlier. Same spawns, same positioning. Let's see how they approach this one differently.
Is Locos going to clump like they did the first time, or are they going to split like IC? It does seem like IC is doing that split again. Am I correct? They are, but they're doing it quite a little bit faster this time. They're not waiting a lot longer. They are giving him coverage as he's moving out towards port to try to get that quick pincer move. He's not moving too quick. He's hopefully trying to get some information on first from his teammates.
I'm also quite surprised that they don't really pick up the bag immediately.
Yeah.
Any insight on that, like play? Why do they do that?
I would honestly say it when the scanner goes off on the map, and you're trying to get some sort of information on where your enemy team is. If you happen to be holding that bag, the other team will know exactly where you are. And unfortunately, even if you don't have a single tag in, you will show up on the map, and it will give them some sort of insight as to where you are. And if they do take you down, all they have to do is hold that bag, and you won't be able to collect those cards. So they can kind of almost play a cat and mouse game with you as they play. We do actually have some confrontation from Team IC.
They're fighting the Lynx team right here.
Taking out the Lynx team, clearing out some of the houses. We do see them coming into the town instead of holding the mountain. This is the smart play. They are trying to take position closer down.
If you notice now, Las Locas is playing more safe this time, which is kind of surprising.
Yeah, they're playing info. We do see Cartel. Cartel does have sight on them.
Oh, that's not a good. Okay,
Cartel does.
he has the info now.
Oh, he does see three of them. Oh,
wall
so
shots.
close. Just barely missing. Seems like they're just barely going under his head. So they do have information as to where the IC team is. IC has information on where one Locos is. They do have some more information as they come across the Raymond squad. Will IC pick up some information that Locos is moving up on them from the Raymond squad?
It's now a house-to-house sniping war here.
You do have Aldous and Escapor pushing up on them. Will he spot Kazik? Aldous goes down. So Raymond comes up on Aldous and sneaks up on him. Raymond actually.
Raymond went clutch.
Yep. Raymond coming in big.
Raymond wants to come in this tournament and win as well.
But
He
does
wants that
IC know?
$1,000. Right?
The question is, does IC know? They really need to make a play off this.
Oh yeah, they don't have that info. They don't have that info since Raymond killed him. Okay,
they don't have that info. They were able to get him back up. They're clearing it out.
Yeah, Aldous is fully healthy since again the penetration bullets only damages your HP directly. And Novia goes down.
Novia goes down again. Yep.
But again though, I don't think he's out.
Cartel is knocked as well. Oh wait, nope, he was just laying down. Forgive me. He is backing up All-Star on a mid-push. Does seem like they're getting slightly closed in on. With taking that one, with IC taking that one member, it does get a little scary for them because they don't have any information on what IC's doing.
Like Novia might actually be out. I don't see him getting fleet by.
Novia is out. It is a 5-on-4.
Okay, advantage to IC now. Hopefully they take advantage of this and not waste it like last game.
We do have Cartel looking for that same push that he saw in that first round. Unfortunately, he's just not seeing it. He may actually end up pushing into what IC hopes is a reverse play on them.
Check this out. The weapon selections from Las Locas, they're all using execution weapons. DR10s and B11s.
I do see that. They do want that one-shot knockout. Ensure that they do not come back.
They'll immediately even up the numbers if they get an easy kill.
Yep. So IC does have to play fairly safe to make sure that they don't even it out just by peeking their head out one false time. Iceco and Aldous is playing together while Link and Cartel are playing together. They are playing quite split, so the IC team does not figure out where the whole team is if they do happen to poison grenade them. We do have poison grenades going out from Team Locos to try to figure out some information. Fortunately, it just doesn't hit anybody.
And if I mean, we don't see it on the map right now, but one of the players from IC is very far near the spawn. So in case that they utilized a win or over Las Locas, he'll pick up the bag and collect the cards as soon as they start. The both teams are being patient right now. They do have a little bit of info. Gunshots. All-Star goes down. It's now a 5v3 situation. Iskopor go very low.
All this is spotted by that back player on IC.
Landing shots. They're not hitting them though.
That outside player is moving in from IC.
There you go. They're
He's
getting
backing him
flushed out by these gas grenades now, since they know where they are.
Yep. As we said before, you use those gas grenades, you can get a lot of information.
And there you go.
Just make sure your enemy's there.
They're just gonna keep throwing these gas grenades until they leave this building.
They're just gonna run out their meds as well. They only have one set of meds. They need to make a play.
A counter
They
smoke.
do hear them coming up. They do hear them though. They have a stun going in. IC player
IC's
coming
pushing
in.
in.
It does take. Takes them both out. He takes them both out.
That's not easy to win. Like you're getting grass, you're healing consistently. One
That's
player left
tough.
from Cartel. Again, the last man standing for Las Locas. Can you clutch up again like last game?
He needs 5
This
kills.
time, but this time in a 1v5 situation. Oh, they know where he is now. They spot him. And he's down. So I see looking to make a comeback here.
It will take the 3rd round. Big plays coming in from that IC team.
Right, all they need to do now is collect the cards and extract. What's happening? Right, there you go. They got the bag. They can collect the cards now.
Yep, I do believe that some of them are collecting cards. There's one of them running around. Yeah, he ran back to go to the bag.
Yeah, that's the one guy I told you about that was very at the far back with the sniper rifle. He's just providing scouting. Also, like in case his team of 4 wins, he will get the bag, which they got. They were witnessing some pro vaulting here. Look at that. Such balance. We're halfway towards 1,000. 587. This kind of shows what we said earlier, that how IC adjusts to the situation, or like from their previous matchups.
Yeah, definitely. Like we said earlier, it definitely took them a few rounds, but they felt them out. They took the first 2 rounds, shook them off. Didn't get rattled, didn't get nervous, but just set up differently and took their time on this round.
Although the standing is like, if we could count this win, like let's say 2-1 to Las Locas, the pressure is on Las Locas to close this out.
Yep.
Or else they're going to be facing a game 5 situation against IC.
We do have a game 4 situation going to be coming up. Will IC even it out, or will they go down to playing for 3rd? Does look like after this round seems to be one of the more decisive rounds. I think the hardest part that came down for Team Locos was that first getting killed by Raymond really threw them off. It really didn't help them.
Yeah, although they recovered quickly with that, I think it kind of changed their game plan a bit.
Oh, 100%. They were not ready for it.
Okay, IC has called in their helicopter and they're currently extracting. Just wait for them to extract. I can tell they're very happy with this win.
Oh yeah. Especially taking out the whole team and not losing a single player. It's definitely a nice shake in the current mood for both teams.
Yep. I think I'm gonna take it back. The weapon selection they had is okay. They don't really need to rely on execution weapons if they can execute the enemies themselves like that. Like how they approached the gunfight in that last matchup was very very good. I feel like the sniper fight they had building to building kind of wasn't an expected plan for Las Locas. They didn't really want that, but I think that kind of pinched them in a spot. Which also you mentioned earlier, Aldo's getting down by Raymond also,
Yeah.
which is kind of a not. It's not a too big of an issue, but it can still affect your gameplay a bit.
And the biggest, it kind of confused me a little bit because they did see that one Raymond buddy, they took him out before moving up to those buildings, and unfortunately, they just didn't quite, I guess, remember that they just killed one of the Raymond buddies, and that Raymond would probably be mad about that just happening. But
Yeah,
unfortunately, they just were more focused on trying to make a move on IC after, shooting that guy and revealing where that move was coming in from their team. And unfortunately, they got the underside of that game.
it's like I feel like the optimal position in the neighborhood, like in those buildings, is on the roof. You don't want to get caught inside the building because there's no way for you to survive if you get pushed. Like grenades,
Especially if they're gassing.
yeah, like you saw in that last very moment, they gassed them like 5 times with some flashbangs as well. Like if they were on the roof, it would be a different situation. Yeah, actually, be on a safer
They could
spot.
bounce. They could bounce off the roof. They could hit you and not actually go off. I mean, how that last push came in from Team IC, they threw that stun in there, and they were able to just push right in and take them both out without either of them being able to do a single thing. Stuns are very effective grenades when you're pushing in on a team.
Yeah. So yeah, its current standing is 1-2, and still in favor of Las Locas, but the pressure has mounted on this team to close this out, or will IC force a game 5 after this game 4? We'll have to wait and see after that.
They do seem to be ready up, as the IC team did swap, and now they are going with a tier 6 penetration with the HKs and M4 across the board. Unfortunately, I can't quite see what the Locos team is running. I do see Link with an HK. They do have two guys again running tier 2 armor for quietness, so I do think we are going to see almost what we saw in Mount Nakayama with the two guys pushing up close on these guys in this map with those two tier 2 armors. We're going in on the third match now.
All right.
Take us on in. Here we go.
All right, we're back in Akiyama
For game 4. And it does look like we kind of have a swap in spawns from that first Mount Akiyama game. We're going to have IC spawning over by the resort, and we're going to have Locos spawning over by the lakeside. We're going to have to see how this plays out. Will it reverse out, or are they going to try to take Villa?
So
What do you
Las
think?
Locas already rushing towards military base. I don't know if it will still. I'm pretty sure someone will still take mountainside because that's like the best spot for info. But I don't know if it should stick to a. It should still stick to one guy going there instead of just of 2. I don't think splitting up in mountainsides is a good idea.
I agree. Yeah, they Locos team did get fairly lucky with that split that they did in that first Mount Akiyama game. I do think IC might go for that one guy off on the far right just to make sure that no one comes through Villa. Although they did do that through the round robin, I was quite confused by that, only because if you're holding the antenna, you do have a fairly good overlook of the whole map that you don't really need those guys off on the right side. So I'm not sure if that was more of a almost stealthy kind of try, but he did get picked during round robin. So I'm very interested to see how they play this time out.
Shots on Novia. Wait, IC has a position on radio station already with a DR10. They're looking to eliminate Las Locas quickly.
I see. Yep.
Here's the one challenge with the DR10 though. You cannot rush your shots as the kick is very strong. You have to wait
Yep.
for it to recenter before you actually aim again.
You have to make sure you take that shot. Plus, once they know it's coming after that first shot, it'll make it a lot harder. So make sure you hit that first shot. He does have a sight on Link. He's just trying to get that little shot.
They're zigzagging, man. Oh, there you
picked-
go.
It
That's
picks
one
Cartel.
member down already since the DR10 auto executes a player.
And that's their
4v5.
That was one of their strongest players too in the past. Was Cartel, so he was able to pick him.
They spot Raymond.
He's taking
As
shots at
Locos
Raymond.
is rushing. They're rushing Raymond, looking to get the cards.
Yeah, I feel like they're probably gonna try to go for that hold down, but it could be dangerous for them because they might be overextending themselves to be shown out by Team IC. But Team IC just doesn't have an angle on them from the antenna. They do know they're in Villa though.
Yeah, the sniper on IC side saw all of them go in.
You have Kazik moving across to the next garage. He's trying to hold it from the main road. He is suspect of them coming up in the mountains again.
I think Las Locos is trying to steal this win with the quick extraction. IC has to move to prevent this.
Will he catch Isopor in the bedroom? I'm shocked how he doesn't see him quite yet. I do think he may have seen him through the window. I'm not sure, but he did quite line up. Kazik did line up on Isopor. I'm not sure if he saw him through the door or...
It's a very tough situation for Las Locos though. Like, if in case they do collect the cards that they need to regroup back to the mountain side, which will take them to run across the wall.
He didn't catch Nova pushing across those doorways. He's just barely missing seeing where these guys are.
Not looking good for Las Locos here. Like, they're already getting surrounded by IC. Unless Las Locos can pick off some kills, easy kills, they're gonna be in trouble here.
Yep, and he's just holding spots to... He does have that IC player moving up on him. IC player's coming in. He's trying to play a mind game by going in and out.
Novia ticking down to the gas. Taking wall shots. Pushed in.
Shots, but they weren't able to kill him.
They got one down. Just down though.
They are able to get that player back up, meaning that they still have that power play of one more player.
Oh no, actually, I think they got the execution off on Novia. He's gone.
Oh, I guess they did.
Before he got down, he executed him.
I'm not quite sure how he got that done, but he did.
He got the trade. Okay, it's a 3v4 situation. It's a huge power play for IC. That DR10 kill on Cartel was very important for them. This is how you see the value in using the execution weapons in ranked games, as they can immediately turn the tide for your team. So currently, as we look at it, Las Locas is trapped. There's no other way of saying this. They're trapped currently in Villa. They have to fight their way out. And time is not on their side here. They have to play defensively as much as they can, but somehow find a way to escape Villa without dying. Okay, all of the IC players are already, well, almost all of them are occupying Villa. Gas grenades going out. Getting that info. He got some hits on Aldous.
I support picks him pushing up. Oh,
Takes out one. There you go.
they do get that pick back. Seems like holding that spot is doing him well.
I think that was an execution.
Back in. Yep.
It's now a 3-on-3. You can actually
He's able to execute. They are moving sort of on the roof. No, they're not going for that roof play, but they are sticking together, moving on the backside.
If you can notice from the minimap, though, only 2 of the IC players are actually within Villa perimeter. Like, one of them is way back there with a sniper.
Yeah, he's just trying to hold that roof to make sure that his teammates can have a clear push on the roof. The issue is ever since they removed that ability to get on the very top of Villa, it made it very hard to play that roof or get down into the bottom floor. Just due to the fact that you can wall bang people pushing you on that roof. So they're in a very tough spot to pushing Team Locos here. So if Locos can at least get a decent pick or a hold,
yeah, I'm
might be able to take
surprised
this.
they're actually having a hard time finishing off Las Locas here, but yeah.
Yeah,
like
I am kind of shocked with the
in
position.
just one gunfight, it turned around immediately.
Yep, and they're even 3-on-3.
They need info. They need info on. Going bedroom is very risky though. I don't know if they should here. That staircase is it's a death sentence if you go there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially if you go through that glass hallway, there's just no coverage there.
Oh, trade.
Trade on roof. One goes, yep, but he was able to get traded.
2-on-2. But this one player from IC is alone on the staircase.
Do they know? That's the question. He is sprinting, so they have to know. He is sprinting on the roof. They have to know he's on the roof.
But the sniper's covering from the mountainside. They can't really push out.
Yeah, but they do. The only fortunate part is that the angle that the guy on the mountain is holding just quite isn't enough. They might be afraid of them jumping down off the roof or having that position from staircase. I don't know if giving up that staircase was a good idea. I really don't think it was. Yeah, they're giving up way too much. I do think the nerves are getting to them quite a bit. Giving up that staircase, he can just come down that staircase now and just right-hand peek.
IC is baiting them to come up, but Las Locos is not fighting. Yeah. They know what they're trying to do. 14 minutes on the clock.
14 minutes with Team Lucas with a almost 400 ticket lead. The question is what is IC gonna do? Are they gonna push in? They do have armbands. They know they're there. Does look like Aldous is just bobbing and making sure his hand's working.
Sure.
IC did fall off the roof. He did push back. He does not want to take that staircase.
But that's a very tough spot for him though. If he wants to push on another spot, It makes it a 1v2 situation because the sniper can't cover him in like the left
Yeah,
side or front of the building.
and that's the only thing that may have saved them from that staircase push is if he does go down, it makes it very hard for that last IC player to do anything since of his position is very out there and makes it very hard for him to come in and help. They do drop the bag before the scan, so they don't.
They don't show themselves yet.
Yep, they don't know exactly where they are.
Twelve minutes and 30 seconds.
IC is back playing strong side on each other for that coverage. It's the one on the mountain, one on the staircase, moving on the back side of the building.
I see sniper repositioning to a farther angle. As Locos waiting patiently though to make a decision. They're one win away from advancing to the finals.
11 minutes, and all they need is 2 kills. They do know where they are because they are getting skins with the dog tags, but they are dropping the backpack right before it. So they do have that blue dog tag on the right there where their down teammate is. So they do know that they're still there.
These are like some of the situations that you would encounter in not just ranked games though, like in normal games, like being trapped in Villa is really hard. Hard to survive if once you're spotted in Villa.
Yeah, it's yeah. Once because there's so many open windows that it's very hard to move around without getting spotted or just getting that one shot on them. So it's a very tough position that Team Locos is in right now. That's why I just was fearing him giving up that staircase because if they didn't give up that staircase, they could be playing off that position right now, even if IC backed off. But now that they gave up that position, they're stuck in that one corner. And if IC is able to push up, even if this B11 guy pushes up with his poison grenade, he can easily start doing some damage to force him out. The question is are they going to realize that might be the play? It does look like he's just trying to get an angle on these players. They do know where they are. They were getting armbands.
Yeah, for those newer players, like we have Firefly armbands and we also have the tactical glasses available. But you can only use one of each. You cannot use both.
So we do have All-Star Link using that armband to be able to hold that Villa with them knowing if they're pushing up close or if they're not. And I'm assuming you have Aldous using. Do I see an armband on him as well? No, he's using goggles. We have
This is
Aldous using
interesting
goggles.
though. This is interesting. Like IC is now giving up on pushing Las Locas and just looking for the cards instead.
Yep.
Like if you want to sit there, fine. We're just gonna get some cards then.
Yep, and we're just gonna have a one guy hold you in the position that you're at. The only issue is they're most likely gonna have to fight over the last 300 cards from them, because
Yeah.
in the last match, one of the last matches, they did need to kill Raymond to get enough cards to get out, and they are holding some of their teammate cards, so this
Yeah,
might prove
and
they have to push in on them.
yeah, and Las Locas had the kill on Raymond, which
The question is IC ending up helping them by picking up all these cards?
it's like they're collecting them for them.
Yep, that's the question. Are they possibly collecting it for Team Locos? Or will they end up killing them and taking them out? That's the question.
We'll have to wait and see. We have 8 minutes to find out.
Plenty of time for IC to collect those cards. Let's see what we're at. They do only have a few greens and one red, so I don't think that's quite enough. They might have just enough. to get out without having to fight this if they can hold those guys. But I have a feeling this Locos team's gonna get a little antsy. They might lose one player trying to get out of here. Was he able to make it to the staircase? He was able to make it to the staircase.
He's just trying to peek it, but it's very risky.
The icy player did move off his angle, and All-Star was able to move off that off position. Just Aldous is going to be holding the first floor, making sure that Team IC is not pushing in. And you have All-Star in the middle between them. The only thing is we have All-Star with that armband, so he's going to help Aldous know if they're pushing in those bottom floor and from that side.
Yeah.
So I would be more focused behind him.
And this is a very intense gunfight because there's already reaching nightfall in the game.
Oh,
The
Hopefully
thermal
you're-
optics will count more towards this late part of the game.
yep. And they start using those goggles. Nighttime's going to be becoming a death wish for All-Star up there in his armband. Might come back to bite him.
Okay, 6 minutes in, and both teams in total have collected about almost 700 cards.
They keep dropping the badge, right?
Yeah, they're dropping it for some reason, but there's no scan yet.
How many did they have?
They had 4 to 9. I'm pretty sure Las Locos will hear this. Someone's like running around their wall, trying to maybe flank them from the other side. Again, if IC wants to win, they have to do something.
Very dramatic.
Oh, I did not know you could climb that. What?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
the parkour is still here. It is still a parkour spot. Yeah, you have to slightly walk forward, and as you get to the lip, you turn right and you jump, and it'll
learn new things
clip
every
it.
day.
It'll clip it. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
IC's
something that's
pushing in
fairly
now.
known.
But Las Locas has the advantage of the staircase. They have high ground.
Yep.
You're just
The only
gonna
thing
wait
is
this out,
they threw the smoke. They threw the gas, so they do know that both of those guys are in that spot. So the question is, are they going to be able to stun them again and do the same play?
So this is every Lost Light player's favorite spot to fight, the bedroom.
Yep.
A lot of bodies like drop here.
A lot of loot too in the regular mode. So you will find a lot of players here if you come here in the regular mode, not just in ranked.
I think I found the golden katana in this.
Yep.
I haven't,
right in here
I haven't found the
in the tower.
dragon though yet. I want to get the
Not
dragon.
yet either.
soon.
I had a whole collection of all those last season. Those were cool. It was nice to have some collections. Like I liked that in other looter extraction games. Those like GPUs and stuff like that, and them adding their own little touch to it was really nice. Made it a little different.
4 minutes
They
on
do
the
have
clock.
They do have an idea since they're pushing on that outside wall as to where the Locust team is.
But they do not want to peek it.
Like, yep. This game comes down to who gets that first shot. Definitely with this armor penetration rate of fire of M4 and HK, it's dead if you don't get that first shot.
Yeah, their IC's out of nades, so they can't really rely on grenades.
Yeah, I'm sure they wish they had that stun again. We do have a
Aldous and
good
All-Star.
left-hand angle. Yeah, Aldous is holding that left-hand peak. All-Star's holding the bathroom.
3 minutes
Most
left.
likely listening.
Peeking. Oh, he takes out Aldous quickly! And there you
And
go.
All-Star goes down. They almost lulled them to sleep in the bedroom and came in and really put them to sleep, tucked them in. And that'll
That was
be
a very quick peek from IC.
round 4.
But yeah,
Big comeback.
as I predicted, we might be going to a game 5 here.
We are going to, yeah, if they can get those 1,000 tickets, we can go to game 5. They just need to get those almost 400 tickets.
Just need about.
Question is did Locos hide tickets and make it hard for them to get to it? I'm joking.
Hey, that's actually you can't really do that because of the scandal.
Yep. This should be the last few hundred cards that they may need, if I'm not mistaken, with it being red.
Yep.
Still at 700. Because the colors will go down as you get more and more cards. Did not get enough out of that. They are still searching for about 124 cards. Will they find it in time? They have 1:45 and 3 players. 110 cards.
But I think
140
the team will still count this as a win because this
Yeah,
happened
it does
earlier
have to
with Las Locas.
Yep. But I believe he had 1,000 cards. I don't know if it's you still have to have 1,000. I'm pretty sure it's just once you eliminate, it should be good.
They don't seem to know where the other cards are. I think they're just waiting out the time now.
They're down to that final minute. I mean, they are searching for those tickets, so I do have a feeling they need to get that 1,000.
Yeah, I don't think they can extract anymore. Like extraction takes like 40 seconds, right?
Yep. Oh, that's why you do get that ding, ding, ding at 1 minute because you have to hit that at that 1 minute. Otherwise, you have an issue getting out. Because it takes about 15 seconds for the heli to come in, and then it does take some time for you to get out. So you do have to make sure you control the amount of time you're taking. They are just still shy of 110. They have only 20 seconds.
Yeah, we'll have to
See how this
refer
plays
to
out.
the official team if they're gonna count this as a win for them.
I would assume they would, only because everybody's been eliminated. But
Yeah, most likely. All right, so I'm very surprised here. Like coming from a 0-2 standing, IC has
2-3.
come back. They've come back like the standing is now 2-2. Like this
And
is
now
just the
with the big
first
win,
game. This is the first matchup of the tournament, and we're
we're
already
getting some
getting this good.
amazing action.
So yeah, as you can see from our screen, the standing is currently 2-2. Both are
Teams
tied,
are
and we're gonna be in a deciding game in a few minutes.
just be getting them set up in the lobby. And just remember, guys, we are doing a lotto throughout the night, so make sure you guys do hang out.
Yeah, we'll be doing some giveaways to some of the players that submitted their bindings for Discord. So we'll be calling some winners all throughout the stream.
Make sure you hang out for that.
For those wondering what the price will be, it will be a two pieces of Doomsday bundles.
That would be huge for some players if they're just coming in.
Right,
I
so
know
just
with
wait.
me just starting up, I would love that again.
I think we'll get some out today.
No, I'm joking.
So
Starting
just
out
waiting
is
on the
probably
players.
the funnest part about this game. So
Yeah, like the first few matches when you start at BAF.
Yep, finding that first bit of loot, having all the check marks, returning stuff in. A
Then
lot of
once
fun.
you unlock everything else, you just do whatever you want.
Yep. You look for those final few parts that you need for the building that beautiful M4 that you want.
Yeah, so going back to the last matchup though, I feel like that DR10 play was very, very big for IC. They managed to take out one player from Las Locas without ever contributing to anything to the game. They took out Cartel, which was the like for me like the MVP for Las Locas since he
Yeah,
always survived last for his team and also came up clutch in game 2 I think.
I agree. Yeah, he had, I believe, 4 or 5 kills only because of the knock. So I believe he had 4 or 5 kills in that second game. It's from that lookout position. So, you know, he has made some big decisions that caused some wins for his team, and I believe taking him out at the beginning did shake their team up a bit, as you know he is a big mover. So him getting, you know, taken out does send some waves through that team.
Yeah, you can see like how crippled Las Locas was because I think their initial strategy was get in, get the cards, and get out. But since they already got like one man down, they had to adjust on the fly, and they got surrounded as well. Although they had some good trades with some fights, but IC was just in a better position to isolate them out.
Agreed.
Right, I think all teams are ready now. We're gonna proceed to the next game. Right. Yep. So after this matchup, we'll determine our first winner and who will advance to the finals.
Yep. We do have.
A similar spawn point for both. I think
Yep.
it's the same spawn point.
Yep. Same with that spawn point for both teams.
So more of a rematch. I think IC would still, if I was in IC's shoes, I would still do the same strat that they did. One, if they can they can eliminate one quick player, get the numbers game. But I think they're approaching this differently now. They're going in a different pathway. They're going viewing platform this time.
Yep. Oh, well, the spawns did swap because we did have IC. It went
Oh
back
yeah,
to how
I
it was
see
in the
that.
second game.
I see.
Yeah,
I
so
see.
they are almost doing almost a repeat of that other game, that other match. Well, all this pushing up to Villa. All-Star sticking with his team. We have all this searching out for IC. IC searching back. Does seem like he had some sort of view on Ice Kapoor right there. Did he
Yeah, we're
was
gonna see
following him
some.
fairly well through those trees.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, this might be the same
Oh,
interaction we saw in the previous game, but this time there are more players focusing on the viewing platform this time. Might be a 4v4 shootout here at viewing platform. Okay, Aldous pushing in, already pushing in Villa, looking to secure the cards.
yep. Looks like They're going for that repeat play. We're taking out Raymond.
This time he's doing it alone.
Did he poison himself? I believe he
Oh,
just
I'm just
poisoned.
showing you how it's done, like eliminating Raymond and his squad, just like that.
They got the last one there.
Yeah, just move fast though, because IC is realizing that they're already taking the cards.
Yep, they did take out Raymond.
If you take out Raymond, a notification will pop up for your enemies. They will know
Notifying
that you killed
everybody on the
Raymond.
map.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh, they
they
spot
do have an angle
Aldous.
on Aldous.
They're already like trying to get him because they already know he has cards.
Yeah, they do know, but they only sent one player over there to Villa. So he's all over there by himself. He was able to manage to get himself into the closet master bedroom area. Or the master bedroom area. He did get picked, did get shot again. Crossing over back to the bathroom area.
Yeah. So Aldous is alive for now, but he's currently in a pinch, so he just has to rely on his team to win their gunfights now.
Cartel did go down.
Oh, I did not see that. Aldous goes down. Is this the comeback that I was predicting though? Oh my god.
They are searching for the rest of the team. Cartel first one out again.
Fight.
This is starting to look a little scary for Team Locos.
It's like they already know who to target for Las Locas here.
Mm-hmm. Slowly moving up that double hump hill. IC doesn't know if they're on the other side or in viewing. So they're kind of playing it how they figured Team Locos was playing on the first match and on this map. Sakura holding up against the wall for info. Trying to see if they can see anybody on viewing deck. Do not see anybody quite yet. No one over there, so
Las
they're moving.
Locas already like regrouping from already losing 2 players. Their entire
it's
player has
moving.
already been ruined because of losing Aldous and Cartel.
Yeah. Now they're moving back. Seems like they're regrouping over back at Villa.
Yeah, they're most likely what they're doing now. They're doing this on the fly. They're thinking of a strategy to win with just the 3 of them left.
Yeah, looks like Iceco is gonna be taking the front just for info, seeing if he can get them pushing towards them. I have a feeling what they might do is try to pick up a few cards at least at viewing deck, just to stop them from, making them have to chase after that team to get that 1,000 to get out. As long as they stay alive. They are searching for him.
It's been an impressive comeback for IC so far. Let's see if they can like close this off and advance to the finals. This also like helps out the other teams like that will be fighting in the next matchup. They already see how the initial players have played. They could study how they could strategize upcoming finals, what guns they should use, what equipment they utilize, so on and so forth.
strategies, and they also can see how these guys have set up in the most recent fights.
Okay, Las Locos looking to loot up on resort, while one member is at entrance posts. Not sure what their play is here. I think they're just looking for more cards and by a small chance get a cheeky extraction.
Yeah, they don't want to force going over to that. They are going over to Villa though. They don't want to force it. I'm not sure if they still have the guy over in Villa or if they're up on the mountain. They do know, because I do believe Iceco did take some shots at them and then fell back down to his teammate, so they do have a general idea that they were up on that mountain at some point.
But yeah, this is, again, for those watching, just tuning in, this is the deciding game of our first matchup. This is game 5 between IC and Las Locas. Going back to how IC has made some adjustments, you can see how initially they had little to no execution weapon, and now you can see almost all of them have execution
Oh.
weapons now.
Yeah, that first round, they didn't go with any. Second round, I think they went with 1, and they the AK setup. Third round, they did go with 1 AK again, and then from now on out, they did go full elimination. So they did switch it up just to make sure that they didn't get those full kills, because they just weren't able to get those full finishes. Locos were able to get their players back up and come back.
And quick adjustments per matchup.
It almost allowed Locos to throw themselves out there for information, knowing that they will be able to almost get their teammate up, depending on the angle that they got shot at. And since most of the bullets that they're using do fully pen, they will have still most of their armor back, so it's not much of a loss if they have to still fight the bosses and his minions.
Okay, currently we're just doing some card hunting for both sides, but whether they want to keep playing like this, they do have to meet up eventually to get the rest of the cards.
Yep. They will run into that issue like they did last round. They will be forced to push into them.
Yep, they're looking for them. IC's looking for them, but Las Locos is playing this very safe. Their tournament lives are on the line with 3 players left on their team.
They did decide to split up in hopes of maybe picking some guys off as they push down into their 2 teammates. I'm not sure if that's going to pay off for them though.
I did admire how Aldous went to get those cards fast, but I think he got caught too quickly.
Yep. Smart attempt to just of the team. It was just unfortunate the scan came in, they figured out what he was doing. Killing Raymond by yourself is kind of rough alone.
Yeah.
And then not having any info on where their guys were.
Yeah, they should have accounted that someone would be watching Villa in case that happened. Because they did that the previous matchup where they rushed Villa. Now they did it again, but with just one player.
Agree.
Or they're closing in on them now.
I know I definitely would have had somebody watching for at least some sort of sniping play on my guy in Villa. It may have been a mistake. We may have also picked off Cartel. We missed that. Who was watching for that?
I think last Locos prioritized more of getting the objective instead of fighting IC.
Isaac did run right past their guys. They do not know that they have a guy behind them.
Yep, they're
Nova
getting
is
pinched.
behind them.
You don't know. I have no info.
Yep. It just matters that if Nova can come back and maybe get some picks. If he can get those picks on these guys on the roof, it could turn around.
He's a
Some of
bit
them
far,
are fairly
though.
exposed. Yep.
He's not moving though. I don't know.
He might have some issues.
Oh, they're spotted. That's one
Yep, and they're
down.
stuck in the corner.
One more. That's a double. That's a quick double kill from IC. Last guy. But I think IC has all the cards sealed, right? Or
Nova does.
oh, okay. It'd be a miracle, but I've seen a lot, so we'll have. Let's see.
Yeah. Now they're gonna have to go for the searching game. Figure out where Nova is. Is he still in the building? I mean, like, personally, you ran over the whole building. You pushed the guys on the backside. I don't think that they're inside that building. They would have definitely peeked you if you were inside the building from the parking lot to try to get you off the roof. Just knowing that they did know that there was guys coming on the far side because Nova did hear them.
Oh, would this
Or see them.
actually work? Would the team actually count this as a win if in case the time runs out, but Las Locas had more cards? We'll have to
Hey.
wait and see, but
Yeah, if he stays alive and has more cards, I do have a thing of a possibility that they might actually win this.
nine minutes.
9 minutes. Yep.
Dropping a bag.
He dropped
Not
the
to get
bag for the
scanned.
scan. Still don't know where he is.
Yep.
It's got to be a matter of
He's-
time. It's the only
oh.
spot they haven't checked on the map.
Yeah, I don't think
They
he should
started on the other side.
move. I don't think he should move at all. Like,
The only thing he
Oh.
possibly could do is go back to where his old teammates were
yeah.
and possibly hope that they don't think that he went back.
But
They're gonna check this area
unfortunately,
pin.
yeah, I think he's gonna clean up the rest of the cards in Villa, and yeah, they got more cards now.
Yep.
Novia can guard the extract though, but it's gonna be difficult since he's alone.
So they're trying to bait him out to Villa.
I thought it was an LMG, man.
Yeah.
So much
RPJ.
bullet.
You're messing with Raymond's gun.
So 200 cards left for IC to extract.
The thing is if Nova's smart, he possibly can just wait out for them to get 1,000 and try to take out the guy who goes to call it in.
Yeah.
That's the only play he possibly has right now, is to wait them out and try to pick him.
But yeah, like
Well, I
the
thought IC was gonna
numbers
stream
game
right there.
though, we're just gonna catch up to him.
He just
5v1.
stopped watching at the wrong time. We do have them closing in on Villa now, so they are trying to just hold down an area where it's going to be very hard for one person to push.
You know, if you decided to drop the bag totally,
Yeah, so they can't find it to get 1,000. That might make it difficult for them.
I think regardless, if they do manage to kill him, I think it's already a win
Yeah,
for
it's
IC.
over. Yep.
Yep. Better go down fighting, I guess. It's going in.
Like saving on the last round of CSGO. Might as well do it. On save.
Hey, someone's on the roof.
What? I didn't know you could get back up there again.
I think I saw that once. You need to hop on the cabinet beside the wall. Wait, what's that? Okay, so IC is currently celebrating right now. They might spot. I think they saw him already. Nope.
First destroy.
Oh, there. Oh my god. Okay, that's one down. That surprised them.
And with the
Does not know
elimination
that.
gun.
Yeah, he does not know that Kazakh's below though.
He just needs to get out of that position because they know where he is. If he saw his tracers, they might have an idea of that, or they might think he's up at antenna, so they might. Kazakh's gonna move into the bottom floor to hold the front door. They're gonna have their player to move back him up. They could probably have the backpack up in the second floor, in the bedroom.
Yeah, IC's just waiting on the time right now. I don't think they have any plans to extract.
They're just hanging out in Villa. Just a smart play. I mean, you'd have to think. I would, if I was in Nova's position, I would honestly think 1 to 2 players on the first floor, 2 players on the second floor at least.
Yeah.
Gas the second floor. Try to fight the guy on the first floor. Because the guys on the second floor are going to be worried about trying to keep their health up. And you
Yeah,
might
no
be able to get
worries,
some
though.
information.
He managed to gas Kazakh though. Oh,
He
he
goes
tried.
down.
He tried.
It's a good attempt. Like Ice is going to be moving on to the finals.
Yeah. They made the comeback. Like down 0-2,
did.
coming back 3-2.
I think they just wanted the challenge. Well played by the IC team. Only taking 1 loss there at the end.
Made so much adjustments in, but really played off well for them.
Yeah, they went from losing everybody to not losing 1. They figured out the Locos team and how they play and corrected their play and did it right. As they picked up 1,000, waiting for
they're
evac.
currently extracting that.
I do believe after this round we might be doing a lotto giveaway if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we will be doing one before the break. So that's our. Yeah, congratulations to IC for winning the first matchup and advancing to the finals of the NA Firefly Showdown.
Yes, the first match between IC and Team Locos was a great battle. Down 0-2, went back
Honestly,
3-2.
I didn't think IC would win. I
Yeah,
was
when
surprised
after
though.
the
Like,
first 2 rounds, I was really thinking that they were digging themselves a hole, and you know, like I said, after the first 2, they were in a hole, and they put a ladder up and they got right out.
they really showed how much they could adjust per matchup and our mistakes that they made per game, which was really good. Right now we're doing one of the lottery giveaways. So for those
Lazy, you
watching,
have the honor.
yep, I'll do it. I'll call one of the luckiest winners. One of your UIDs will be displayed on the screen. Will be shown right
Envelope.
here, right now. Stop. This is the UID. If this is your UID, please check your in-game rewards for your Doomsday bundles in-game. Congratulations.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
All right.
We're gonna be moving on to the first round highlights, so we can check out how IC did against Los Locos.
Someone on your 6! First strike. Triple kill.
All right, welcome back everybody to the NA Firefly Showdown for this year. So we just watched an intense matchup from IC versus Las Locas, but Las Locas is not officially out. They are currently now waiting for their third place matchup. So we'll find out who they'll be facing after this matchup between the Outcasts versus PMC. So I'm pretty sure you know some of these players, OTK. So what are your expectations for this matchup?
Uh, knowing Nad and how long he puts his time into building things with Team PMS, I have a big feeling they might be a little bit more put together. But I do feel like they're probably gonna have a little fun because they all do know each other. So knowing where this might end up, I do have a feeling I have a little bit leaning towards PMS, but we might be able to see something happen with, USA Warrior. He's a very, very strong player in the game, so we'll see what happens.
Let's see. So if I'm looking at their weapon loadouts right now, again though, I feel like it's either they already planned this ahead or they probably learned from the previous matchup. Everybody's against utilizing the execution weapons, newly buffed, like the KC. I have a list of them. The newly buffed weapons are the KC 416, the B11 SAS, the Vector, which I have not seen in this game yet, the M870 shotgun, and the SR15, including the DR10 as well. So we can already see how much impact execution weapons do in this version of ranked. So what do you think, like the value of these weapons for these games are?
We've seen it in the last match between the last two teams. They played a huge, huge part in, at least, what we can say is the last two matches between IC and Locos. With the ability that IC was able to kill and knock him out, unlike the first two rounds where they did get some kills, knocked him
But
out.
they got rematch, yeah.
Exactly. So, like you said, it is playing a big part. We do see Fritz with the MDR though. That's a little shocking. I do feel like maybe he's going for a mobility build.
Maybe. So we'll just have to wait and see how different this matchup will be compared to the first matchup. Since like this is a brand new batch of teams, so it'll be exciting to see how the gunfights will happen.
I
I'm
know we're
very
gonna
excited
see
to
some
see. I'm very
aggressive
excited to
push.
see Windswept Harbor though. I haven't seen Windswept yet though. Or is it
Yeah,
not in the map shuffle? I'm not sure.
I don't believe it is. I believe it's Arc and Windswept.
Ah, I see. Yeah. So we won't see any scaffold campers in Windswept, I guess.
But it's a possibility.
Okay, we're just waiting on one player to ready up from PMS side, I think.
Yep.
Rubber Ducky. And we should
And
get underway to our second, first matchup, second matchup for first round.
First match of the second round.
Yeah, the
No.
words are confusing.
Yes. We have fun with words.
We're better when we shoot, so yeah.
One tap cap. As we
Okay, a
wait
reminder.
for...
Yep.
Go ahead.
A reminder to our viewers that we still have another lottery giveaway uh, after the championship match. So yeah, so make sure you stay tuned by then.
Hopefully,
Right.
Rubber Ducky will be reading up soon.
Are these
Yes.
mind games?
I have a feeling it is.
Ah, okay. Or just giving more time. So I'm surprised that we've only seen the DR10 like two times last matchup.
Yep.
I mean, I guess I'm pretty biased. I like that sniper though. I like it a lot. I prefer the Mosin though, because I'm a cheap guy. But yeah, the DR10 since they buffed it, I think it's a very viable option for quick executions.
Yeah, I was always a huge fan of the M700. Not
damn.
so much anymore, only because of the changes within the guns, but It was always a beautiful gun, especially with the setups that you can make with it. But yeah, I do see DR10 making a huge push on, you know, being a very, very strong weapon with the elimination. So there is a lot of guns that, you know, you at least have one elimination weapon. So if you don't have an elimination AR, you're probably going to go with an elimination DMR or sniper. So
All right.
you do have
So
them
it
all
will be
rated up.
our yep. This will be our matchup: Outcast versus PMS. Match round 1.
Take us in.
It'll be interesting to see how both teams would prioritize their positions. Will it be the same as how the previous competitors did? We'll have to wait and see. Given I've seen mostly from PMS, they're all using the B11.
Yeah, very interesting. I we'll have to see what they have on their backs, of course, because they do have the ability to pull something else with them. So we'll have to see what their secondary is. I do think that they were possibly trying to hide what they were going to be using as their primaries, because it's almost as if you're either going to be using a DR10 or a SAS. So show off that we're using SASs, but don't let them know what we're using as primaries is probably what they were going with.
All right.
We do see them all using HKs though. Oh,
Let's
Acidic
see.
with the Vector. You say you haven't seen it. Here it is.
Oh, ooh. Oh,
Acidic's
what?
bringing out the Vector, yeah.
Okay.
Koro has the DR10.
Okay. Every time I say something, it happens. What the heck? I need money right now.
Man, get a lotto ticket, my man. You're gonna win it. Alright, so they do know Naya is coming across Raymond. They do have...
They're already at Raymond. They can take Raymond quickly though,
I
because
would...
the other team has a long way to rotate first before they could get close.
Yeah, and you don't want to get third party by Raymond or the other team, so it's best to take them out early, get them out of the way. Therefore, you guys can easily just worry about the other team, but especially being right on top of those NPCs, it does kind of make it slightly hard to really worry about the one team, because you could have, you know, Raymond come up behind you and shoot you in the back and take you
Yeah,
out.
the tricky part with these NPCs is you have to find them first. If they find you first, you're practically dead.
Yep, they will laser you. Do have Nye getting an angle on the roofs. And we have Poppy and October back to back, holding port and what seems to be the soccer field. We have October moving up the soccer field on Main Street. Do have some of them holding medicine area. Quite shocking. We luckily got blessed with them taking a different angle opposed to fighting in just the neighborhood.
Yeah, you can see how it's a different approach now compared to the first matchup. Like the outcasts are taking a farther side of Medicine Factory, looking to corner
And close in.
PMS. Dark Plague is down. I think an NPC got him. This is like the factor of an NPC that you have to take it out first before it takes you out.
Yep. That'll be USA Warrior. Raymond.
Wait, Raymond with a double kill. What?
Raymond, you know, I think he might end up being MVP of the tournament right now. He does have 3 major kills within 2 matches. That is probably going to be a deciding factor.
Raymond downing 2 players in succession.
We do have
And he's still
Neo
alive
coming
though.
over to help. Yeah, they did not get finished. Luckily, Acidic did not push up because he didn't know what was going on. I don't think he knows that 2 went
Wait, is
down. I don't think he even knows 1 went down.
Raymond's still alive?
No, Raymond's down.
Oh, he's down. I thought he was still alive.
Yeah, I think Neo took him out. For forgive me. I think, was it Fritz? No, Fritz got knocked. It was Nye. Nye came over and got him up.
First strike.
Oh,
Oh, first
Poppy's
fire
coming
strike here.
under. Twitchy goes
Surprised them
down.
with that. Yeah, they surprised them with that.
Yeah, they were so busy with Raymond, they weren't able to watch the main street.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
difficulty. October will
it.
come
It,
and take out
it,
Neo from
it,
behind.
it took too much time for them. I mean, see, having two players down, that's a lot of time to recover.
20 seconds.
You have to get them up, and they have to heal. That's enough time for the team to like take advantage of it. They're getting surrounded already.
Yep.
TMS
Dark Plague
looking to
takes
surround
one.
Outcast here.
But Acidic knows he's there. He does hear the gunshots. October making a move on Fitz. Fitz hears him. Fitz taken out by October. Nye takes out October.
These gunshots.
Nye tries to do a 180. Take out 2.
It's a 2-on-2
Dark Plague.
situation here.
Dark Plague and Nye coming up big for their team. It's down to Poppy and Rubber Ducky to win it for their team. It's like they might be going for the backpack.
Yeah, they do have the cards.
Oh, he's going for the factory angle through the windows. Smart play. Cheeky angle. Yep, there he goes. Yep. Yep. This angle is very, very, very strong. Not many people know about it.
Well, now everybody does.
If you're watching.
Okay.
This is why you watch, guys. Learn something new every day. Make sure you check out these guys' streams as well. If quite a few of them stream daily in the Lost Light on Twitch. Make sure to check them out if you enjoy the content. Support the community in Lost Light.
Yeah, now you can really see how, like, a dwindle in. Okay, we're just
And now we get
emoting.
a dance. Now we get a dance by the good old USA Warrior.
Here we go.
Gotta make a show.
You can see how the difference it makes when like the numbers fall down. The more safe you have to play, because like again, there are no respawns in this game mode. Once you're down, you're down.
Yep. No Avrils, no coming back. And no selfs either, so if you get knocked, you better hope you're near a teammate. This is why you stay in at least a 2-1-2 or 2 or 3-2, or you have to stay near your team.
It's really hard to. I mean, it's possible, but it's hard to win solo against like a team.
Oh, it's definitely possible. It's just if you do get caught, you're in a very tough spot. We did see that in one of the earlier matches. We do have Rubber Ducky moving up to try to get some information on Main Street, trying to see if he can get some information on Nye and Dark Plague pushing up on them. He does have his teammate all by himself. They are kind of split. Quite a risky play, especially being out in the open with no cover. Does look like he's pushing around to help support Poppy.
I think the more aggressive team here would win, because like they already initiated the gunfights. I thought it would end there, but somehow they both reset. Almost a costly mistake by the Outcast for like losing to Raymond twice.
Yeah, they managed to pull it back. Yeah, big plays by Nye and.
But it would have been wouldn't be the problem for them though. I feel like they would have survived more if they didn't lose those two players that early to Raymond of all things.
Yeah, they definitely would have been able to probably make a play on Acidic, because Acidic was there out alone, all by himself in that one building. Probably could have ended up with maybe like a 3-on-2 situation or 4-on-2 situation if they possibly could have not gone down to Raymond, which is like we said, you either have to hope that the NPCs help you, or they're gonna shoot you and take down 2 of your teammates and make it very hard for you to finish the game.
It's like once they lock on you, they're gonna look at you even behind through a wall. They're
Yep.
just not gonna shoot you though, because they don't really shoot you unless they see you. So yeah, we're just waiting on what's the next move to happen here on this matchup. Both teams getting positions, looking for info. Pretty sure they have a general idea of where each other are.
Mm-hmm.
They have lots of time. There might be a gunfight coming up very, very soon.
They did get some picks, and these guys have been here since the beginning of the round, so I do have a feeling that that's playing a big part. Is they do know a good portion of the Outcasts pushed into the neighborhood and are still in there. They just don't know if they're pushing roofs or anything like that. So they, with that high up push in factory, he was just mainly just probably playing off sound.
Yeah. Just looking to gather some more info.
You have Nye and Plague meeting up. Poppy and Ducky are still split. Does look like Ducky's holding that position to try to get some info on that main opening. Could be costly if they catch him, but that
Yeah,
left lean peak is very strong.
yeah. It may look like you're showing a lot, but to an enemy player, that's very small.
It's almost like your shoulder, just barely your shoulder showing out. And even if they do hit you there, it's not going to be a kill shot, so you will be able to survive that shot. So a lot of people are using the left-hand peak to their advantage. Some other games like that handle looter and shooters have a right-hand peak. This one has a left-hand peak. You do have to keep aware of that. You might actually be seen by somebody that you don't see. Do have some shots.
That's where like the factor of what kind of module you'd like to pick. It's either the thermal optics or sorry, tactical glasses, or the firefly the armband detector, the life detector. Because they both have their own strengths, but you can only choose one though.
Yeah, it really comes down to what kind of player you are. If you're more of a sniper, I would say you'd probably more aim towards a thermal goggles, or, if you need just that little bit of assistance with certain things, or if you're more of an aggressive type pusher, I would see you definitely choose more of using the armband just to know that if you're on top of the players or not. That is why we don't see these guys pushing so hard, is they don't have those armbands to help them know if those players are right on them or not.
And the factor of the body temperature. I think before this tournament they changed the temperature levels to not go up too fast when you're running. So that's a
Takes a
big
bit
factor
longer.
in using the tactical glasses. Oh, shots on Ducky. Dark Blade saw him. He knows where he is.
Darkplay knows he is pushing that parking lot. He is in a
Yeah,
very vulnerable
this is a
spot.
very risky peak. This is a very risky peak.
He does have that left-hand peek, though. They're both left-hand peeking each other, so they both have the advantage. He's like trying to figure out how to get out of here without getting shot. He's very worried.
Like even if he has decent cover, like his legs can still be shot out from underneath that truck.
It's almost like he's trying to reverse that under the truck shot. It is very risky, though. You are exposing your whole head to that one tap shot, so you do have to be careful when you do face out when you're laying down.
Yeah, it's up to Ducky if he wants to challenge this or reposition to a better angle, which is very risky because he has to run inside that building.
Yeah, all he needs to do is break his leg. If he can break his leg and get a good shot on him. I think Rubber Ducky's just trying to get an angle into that truck, hoping he can get that angle first. But do remember how angles work. He needs to be further back to see him first. Plague will see him first.
Yeah, I mean, Plague already has his sights on this side. I mean, he did shoot on Ducky, but he missed.
Yeah. Ducky, the best thing he can do without possibly getting himself killed is take a further angle back and try to fight it, but it just seems like he just doesn't have the sight to do it. He only has that red dot, or is choosing to have only that red dot at the moment out.
I think he. Wait, does he not
Only has
have
a red
one?
dot, right?
Let
I
me
don't
check.
think he has a backup weapon. Do you see one on his back?
I'm gonna peek on his back. Oh, he has a Mars 8X on his V11 now.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
shocked.
just not sure why he's not using it.
Yeah, definitely a B11
I
on a
think he missed.
2v2
I think
use.
he's assuming a push, but yeah, no one's pushing it.
Do have... Oh,
Okay.
he has a feeling.
Yeah, Dark Plague doesn't have a clue that Ducky already left
Yep.
or moved.
Doesn't know, but he had a feeling. Nope, he has no idea. Rubber Ducky's making that move back to the original spot that he was at back earlier in the match. Gonna try to make an attempt to meet up with his teammate. 17 minutes left in the match. Still down to a 2-on-2.
Yeah, Poppy's just waiting there, getting some info.
Just a rough stalemate on this. Risky push by either team. He did not see him, but he does have a feeling he's in that building still. Does not know he pushed to the back on the main street. Taking a very big risk by walking out in the open like this.
Oh, he might
Doesn't
peek
have
in.
much of a choice. He might walk right into Ducky.
He doesn't see if he's him.
He does see him,
Oh, he misses
but
the
Ducky
shot.
missed a shot. Oh my god.
No.
He's
What?
not. Oh, but
What?
Archangel gets the shot though. Archangel picked him off. He peeked the
Oh, I see,
window.
I see.
Plague was so worried about getting the heels off that he got picked off.
Oh, Archangel got
Now he
called
comes
out
back.
too.
1v1.
Got the trade. 1v1.
That pick on Plague gave up Poppy.
Oh,
And now
the
he's making a
peek.
shot. Oh my god. Nye ends
Damn.
up picking up the last guy.
The
Huge play by
timing
Nye.
though, but yeah. Huge play by Nye. Now he has
Just
a lot of time to
unfortunate.
collect the cards and extract.
Get out. And Raymond's dead, so it should be quite easy for him. That was just really unfortunate for Ducky. Really,
Yeah.
really unfortunate that he pushed at that
As soon,
time.
yeah, as soon as he like got to that crate, like the Nye
His
was
whole
already like
bangable.
pre-aiming. Yeah.
And that's the issue is you have to know what's soft surfaces and what's hard surfaces, what will defend you and what won't. Him failing to know or failing to remember that those boxes aren't quite good enough protection against tier 6 ammo. It really left him in
Yeah.
the dust there.
You'll melt regardless. Oh, okay. Okay. The Outcast looking to get their first win in this tournament. Just need 700 more cards for extraction.
Only 655 to go. He's got a whole bunch off his teammates.
That was a
Collecting
that
them
was
off
a
Remy.
very fast trade though. Like the moment Ducky knew that he missed the shot, like Archangel already peeked that corner to secure the
Yeah,
kill.
he was ready. I mean, I mean, the thing is, what do you call it? Ducky did wait a while. He did have a lot of information. I think on that left-hand peak before we got swapped to his angle, he did have an angle on him, and possibly was calling Poppy out to be ready in case he does miss to pick
Yeah,
him off because of his position out in the open in the parking lot. I think he
but
was really
unfortunately,
honestly trying to get the kill before Poppy did. He just like Plague moved as he was trying to get the shot because he didn't think Plague was probably going to get it by the time he was
yeah,
calling him out.
as soon as Archangel made the shot, Nine was already flanking him.
Yep. So I think the biggest play, unfortunately, was if Ducky had ended up trying to take him out with instead of possibly trying to stay silent, because I think what his big play was he was trying to do was not shoot so that way they don't know where he is. And unfortunately that kind of backfired for him because Poppy ended up getting killed trying to get that kill that if he didn't wait for the perfect angle probably could have ended up being a 2-1 situation with Poppy having to only worry about the guy pushing him underneath and not having to focus on Plague pushing across the parking lot. It's
Yeah,
unfortunate.
the unfortunate timing for PMS.
Timing, timing, timing.
Right, that concludes round one for this matchup between Outcast and PMS with a
Great,
1-0 standing.
great round one.
For me, like the highlight there is Raymond getting 2 kills.
Oh yeah, another. He's just,
he got a double kill, man.
I wonder if
And he's
he's gonna.
gonna
Maybe he'll go for a 3 in the finals.
yeah. I don't know.
That'd be
Hey,
great.
well, I'm excited to like if they add lions in the in rank mode too.
Yeah, right. That would be that'd be a little rough,
Yeah, I think
but
that cost a lot of time for PMS when uh Raymond down two of their members.
yeah,
Like,
they
sorry,
had to
is it
spend 2 minutes. They had to
PMS?
spend a whole minute almost picking up
Like,
players or 40
yeah, you
seconds.
took most of the time reviving, and also they have to heal once they get up, which
Yeah,
gave the enemy team like enough time to rotate and secure the kills. Although there were some
luckily.
good trades, yeah, unfortunately, like the timings in the peakings resulted in the endgame
Yep.
result.
October had a really strong push. He was able to get that one kill, but wasn't able to transfer onto Nai. He did take some damage from that first player, so
Yeah, he
transferring
got
onto
that.
Nai, who had that 100 HP, he wasn't
Yeah,
able to take him down, and that just made it unfortunately a 2-1-2.
October had that one tap on one player, but eventually he got sprayed by another one. He would have like secured a lot of kills in that moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Based from that matchup, what do you think will be the adjustments for the next round?
I have a feeling PMS might play a little bit more reserve because they spread out and started going crazy right off the start. They
Yeah.
were trying to push in and close in on the other team, and unfortunately, they kind of played aggressive and then right into a passive play because I think Acidic should have definitely heard those gunshots off Raymond and maybe should have looked to try to get some information off that to see if maybe somebody went down, something happened because you hear Raymond shots and then they stop and then you hear them again, and then they stop, you should maybe check.
Yeah,
Somebody
you
possibly
would
went
already
down.
know that there will be a problem. That something's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Only because if Raymond doesn't keep shooting unless they're baiting it, but try to get that information. That would have helped them a little bit more. But as to changes in their gameplay, there's not too much that they can do other than land the shots.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it was a balanced fight. If like we're just talking about gunfights, yeah, it was just unfortunate how Raymond was able to like cost them some time. But if it was just like gunfight, I feel like both teams are very balanced, and we'll have to wait and see in this next round if we'll see the same results.
Yeah, I
We
have a
just wait
feeling it's
on
gonna be a
Team
back
7.
and forth
Yeah.
as we wait for the guys to ready up. I do think we're gonna probably see some changes in the weaponry. Maybe not, only because I do think we're gonna be going to windswept if I'm not mistaken. So we might be seeing a change.
Yeah, going back to what you said just a while ago, like the there's the consistency in being aggressive. I think PMS just immediate once they went. I thought they were all going all in. I said earlier, I thought the gunfight would end there, where Raymond died, but I didn't think it would drag out for like 10 minutes.
Oh yeah.
So
I mean, I thought it was over once they went down. I thought Acidic was just gonna pop right out after hearing those gunshots, possibly hearing people go down as well. That you can hear those sometimes. You can hear people going down. I thought he would have popped right out and maybe pushed, known and called out two guys down, two guys down. Maybe did a harder push with October, but unfortunately, just it didn't happen. They weren't able to capitalize on those two downs that Raymond got.
yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how the adjustments they'll make in this next matchup, and see also how they approach in their positioning, because like they did switch to a passive like play style at the end, but I saw how I assume, though I don't hear it, but I can assume how good their comms were, calling out enemies locations, or Ducky calling out that he missed the shot, where Archangel like secured the kill, something like that.
Yep, and calling him out, trying to get him into position for a shot on Plague was, if they would have known that Nye was under them, that possibly would have been the play of the game, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yep. So, yeah. Most weapons here are pretty much the same as they had before, both SAS and some KCs. Again, they're all going for the execution weapons again.
Yeah, we should assume to see that again. We do. I'm not sure if we see a vector. Nope.
Yeah, I didn't see
Twitchy.
the vector happen earlier.
Yeah. I don't know if Acidic does have the vector on his back. We do only see the B11 in the lobby. He did bring it last time, so we'll have to see if he brings it this time.
Yeah, but the execution weapons are also not just for the players, but it's also good in like taking out the NPCs,
Yep.
because you don't have to worry about getting close to them or executing them. At least once you down them, you're already secured that you just have to get to their box. Or for example, Raymond, you don't have to get close and risk of getting shot by his bodyguards.
And the other players don't know where their bodies are too,
True.
because they will move. So you're not sure where those bodies are going. So if they move to a position that the other team doesn't know, and you don't know, it might become an issue when you're looking for those cards later on. And you need them in the last few minutes. You want to be able to make sure you know where everything is, take it out, get the mission done early.
Yep. Just recapping, our current standing is 1-0 in favor of Outcasts, and we're preparing for our next round.
We do have all the players ready. So as soon as we get taken in, here we go. Round is starting.
Yep.
Taking just a little bit to get in, but it's quite all right. Takes a second for some players to load in.
Yeah, this happens sometimes. All right,
Here we
we
are.
are at.
Windswept.
All my wishes are getting
Oh
granted.
no,
I really need to get a lottery ticket, man. Wait, is it windswept?
no, it's Harbor.
It is.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Windswept.
The
Yeah. Yeah.
harbor side. Hey, let's go.
Nice.
I'm getting a lottery ticket after this tournament.
Get me
I'll
one
try
too.
my luck. Yeah, sure.
We do have a strong push up middle, straight for construction.
The Outcast, though, very scattered. I'm not sure how they're gonna
I feel
approach
about
this.
this.
Yeah, like
Yeah, it seems like that scatter on at least the new maps when they don't know how the other team plays. It seems like a lot of the teams, it's one team doing a scatter, one team doing a stick together, and unfortunately, it seems like the team that decides to do the scatter, unless they get that first kill, it becomes very difficult for them to come back from it. So we'll see who ends up getting that first pick.
so the things to look out for in this specific map are the every point, every high ground that you can get to.
Yeah, there's a lot in this map now.
The roofs of those warehouses, the scaffolding in that unfinished building, and also the boat in the harbor.
Yep, a lot of angles to be seen from, and you also have to keep an ID on where an idea on where Raymond is as well. You saw what happened last round. We do have some players going down. We have Fritz go down first. Poppy pulls back, pulls out Dark.
Very fast.
2 down for the
Two down for
Outcast. That's unfortunate.
Outcasts. PMS looking to secure
Capitalize.
the aggression this time.
2 big picks, especially on their 2 stronger players. You have Fritz, Dark. Especially Fritz. He had the silent steps too. It'd be hard for them. We've seen him do it before.
Yeah, they can, but right now, given how spaced they are, they need
It'd
to
definitely be
regroup
hard.
and again, for those just tuning in, the reason why they drop the bag is so that they don't get scanned and reveal their positions.
Every time that scan comes across, best
Yeah.
idea is definitely to drop the backpack.
It's a similar concept on how the original rank game was made when it was just a solo game. You drop your tags just to conceal your location, and then you can pick it up again.
You do it right before the scan.
Yeah.
If you did it too early, you will actually have the backpack show up in the older style. It used to do that, where you'd see where the backpack was if you dropped it right before the scan bleep went out. You used to be able to
Ah,
see where it was. So it would be almost as if once you hear that about to scan on the map and it starts scanning the map is when you drop it, so that way it doesn't show up. But now it's become a feature. They are slowly taking out some of the bodyguards.
they're trying to secure Raymond now. Get the cards. They already have 300.
302 kills. It's gonna be another hole for Nai to climb out of. He's gonna have to do some big moves.
Yeah,
He's
but
plaguing.
they have not moved much from their positions ever since this matchup started.
Oh. Neo's watching out for his boy. And a little blue glare there.
Yeah, that's from like I think the world barrier, so you don't
Yeah.
cross. So it's actually obstructing their vision.
Will he get that sign on acidic? That's the question. You have Ducky moving into medical building, trying to see if he can get an angle on anybody on crates. He does have a feeling they're probably going to be in there. It's a good spot to be in. A lot of angles.
Yeah.
Very confusing for new players.
PMS now more than halfway with their cards. They just need a few more to be able to extract. We have not
Yeah.
yet seen a extraction defend in this tournament.
Yep. Everybody's decided to just try to kill and not worry about getting killed while extracting. It does seem like it would be the way to go, but we have yet to see a team try to scoot their way out, undermanned, maybe possibly with more cards. It would be crazy to see these guys maybe possibly pick the guy with the backpack.
I would be very, very lucky.
October, still scanning.
No movements much from
Either team.
Outcasts. Yeah, both teams still looking for
Still,
info.
still have Coral on top of construction.
But PMS have already dominated the Raymond area. So they can
Yep,
utilize
it's
the
just
high
hold it
ground of
down.
that building.
You need maybe 1 or 2 more kills to be able to finish this game out.
Again, if some viewers or watchers would say, why don't they just peek? It's not that viable since we have weapons that execute you once you are down.
Such as that.
Yeah.
Such
Any
as
instance
that.
that you peek, you're already unable to rejoin the game. Like from a 5v3, it's already a 5v2 situation.
Wait a minute. Did he just use an injector?
Wait, you can bring injectors? Maybe he found one.
Oh, possibly, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe off Raymond. Maybe
Yeah.
Raymond had one. We
So
do
Nai
have Poppy
and
pushing up, man.
Twitchy left.
They are 2 strong players, so we'll see how this have to play out. Nye was the MVP of last round, picking up 2 kills to finish out the round. We'll see what these guys are able to manage, being very split up and not too much information on where the enemy team possibly could be. They haven't had many shots, and they're hiding quite a bit.
We may not see it much, but if you can look at their names, you would see the ranking that they have. That's currently being covered, but you have a general idea. Most of these guys are lions, dragons, and higher ranks in the game.
They all have a fairly good idea, and they've been around for quite a few seasons now.
Yep.
Some of these guys. A few of them I play with personally for many of hours. Great group of guys. Remember, you can catch some of them live. A lot of them play this game daily on Twitch. Make sure to support the Lost Light community, guys. Keep it growing.
Right, again, we're waiting out on. I'm pretty sure they have the info on. Right, Pretty sure they have the info on Twitchy, but they don't know where Nai is yet.
Yeah, and Poppy came all the way back out from that huge push that he made in between all the crates. So I think they definitely know they're probably not in crates. I think he kind of almost sacrificed himself just for a little info, because they'll still be on the power play with the 3-on-2. So I do think he was doing a little bit of, searching for some information. Do have Nine doing a little bit of back looking. Twitchy holding a forward push just in case they do come on the far right side. Smart play. You have Nine coming out of the back spawn that he's been holding for quite a while. He's going to have to make a move at some point. They are quite down. He's going to catch Koro on the roof, though. We'll have to see. Poppy moving back into his team. All regrouping. 22 minutes left. Still have plenty of time to make something happen. But it's just 100% at this rate. Get together, group together, stay 4 together. It's going to be very hard for 2 players to push into 4 people. Have enough ammo or even enough health.
Yeah,
Especially with no injectors or painkillers.
Yeah, and they just need 105 cards to be able to extract.
Of course, they do have painkillers, but you have to pop them at the right time. Otherwise, you can run out in between a fight. So, smart play is also the painkiller before you actually do start to go into a major fight close up. It may help you keep moving when broken legs.
Because you don't want to get shot in the legs and eventually die.
Sitting duck.
Like, I hear a lot of complaints about that. Like, I mean, not they're confused to us why they can't run, but you gotta remember that this game analyzes your entire character's body. Every injury is very important, like bleeding, poison, or even broken legs.
Always good to carry around some painkillers. It does also help you run through water faster as well if you're in factory, for all those new players out there.
Right, Nai has moved in more deeper into container yard,
It
while
does seem like
Twitchy
he's
is
trying to
watching
recover.
for him. Yeah,
Yeah, he's trying to recover some tags. Doesn't look like he's quite trying to pick him up because he doesn't want to let them know that he's gone through the container area. That's what I think he's doing on that play. Is he doesn't want to pick him up to let them know that he's in there. So they don't really know where they are. They have some idea, but they don't know. Oh, Twitchy does have a sight on Rubber Duck. He's just waiting for that perfect point. Will he get it?
First
Oh, and
he
he
got
gets
it. He got
He
it.
got it. And that means Rubber Ducky's out. They're slowly evening it up. That's what they needed. Like I said, who was to get the first pick? Koro is up on that building, so
That small pixel, and he got that.
yep. 2 pixels. Like I said, guys, you can't stand still with these elimination weapons. You gotta make sure you keep moving. Whether it be a zigzag, just make sure you guys are doing random movements. Try your best to not stand in one place.
Yeah, the Outcasts have a chance here.
They do. They brought it back within their hands. They have a chance to reach for it. They just need to make sure they get the next one again. Does look like October is holding a wide push, just in case they are pushing off of that. Don't think they will. Do have a pretty strong power play with where they're at right now.
Yeah, Twitchy already like rotated to a better angle to cover 9, scouting for more enemies. October might catch them though from this angle.
Yeah, I'm shocked they haven't seen Koro yet. Twitchy did have a great angle. Smart moving out of there, though. When you do take your shots, do make sure you move out of your position.
They don't want to get cornered or trapped.
Yep. Once you take that shot, there's a good chance that they might converge. Definitely on a situation where you're in a 4-on-2. Oro. Trying to get an angle on Twitchy. Just couldn't do it. Is that
And
9?
you can
9's
see
moving.
how the game can turn around so fast. Even though you're ahead with cards, you can
Second.
easily turn around so fast like that.
Yep. They were getting very cushy, comfortable. They were all hanging out in the buildings, and then all of a sudden, like I said, he stopped moving. He started being predictable, and they picked him. Can't be predictable in this game with the new elimination system with these guns,
Nine though,
especially
very
in ranked.
close. Nice, very close to PMS. He's
Yeah,
alone.
he made a quick move. Does seem like he's trying to maybe possibly get a pick off October. October might see him making this play though. That might be a scary play for them. Twitchy moving back to support. Still have Coral using that elimination sniper. Looking for that shot on Twitchy. Not sure if he's pushing right or left. Now he's trying to get a cheeky angle. Making sure his legs can't be seen. Jumping over
A
into
very risky
construction.
rotation. He got in.
Very risky, but he made it. I am shocked October did not see that happen. Do you think Poppy might make a move? I think October may have seen him actually jump in there, but didn't take the shot, only to make sure that he is not known. Because if
Yeah,
he's not known, he might be able to come back around and pick Twitchy while they're fighting Nye.
yeah, October has that angle. He will get called out if he crosses this.
We have Nye trying to make that play on Poppy again, just like last round. Twitchy watching the right push. Smart. They do have 3 players up. I honestly, in my opinion, when you're up 4-2, they really probably should have honestly just risked it and sent one person in. Just send them in, get
Get the
information,
info,
because
yeah.
you can try to get some sort of way of what they're holding and how they're holding and what their mentality is at. But unfortunately, they lost their 4th player hanging back trying to get information at a long distance, which, I mean, it's good, but if you're not holding an area that's not a small little area that you're looking out from, you're holding it from a roof, you're at a very, very big disadvantage. Twitchy had a very good spot, and he again has a very good spot where he's at. This is what I'm talking about. You have Koro standing out in a spot that's very open, many angles to be seen from, but you have Twitchy peeking from a very small window that makes it very hard to pick him. It just depends on if he sees Koro, just like he did Rubber Ducky.
It's surprising that even though there are only 2 of them left, I feel like there's no pressure on them. It was Koro.
Yep.
Now you're making
They
a
did
push though.
spot each other. Nye does know one's on the roof now. He knows
October
one's
though
roof.
has
He's
the
being shot
angle.
by October. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, he did.
October
I
holding
did
that
see that.
smart angle. That was a very smart hold. That's, I mean, you have one person holding a cutoff.
Koro hit.
It was a good hit on. Oh, he didn't catch him going across the opening. There was a little bar that blocked it.
It's a very cheeky spot.
Yeah, it's very hard to see him too, especially because there's a good chance you blend in with the bars. Very smart play by both teams. October still holding the angle. did move a little bit.
Yeah.
Remember what I said.
As boring as
Oh,
oh my god.
what a shot!
Okay, forget what I said. No, going back to what I said, although it's boring to look at, what October is doing is actually smart. Like he's
Yeah,
holding a good angle where he knows enemies might try to flank or push.
and they're trying to
That's good
force him to that
defense.
position to push up the stairs because trying to play an angle on somebody who has a looking down angle on you, it's very hard.
But Twitchy though, like these shots are coming out of nowhere, and
I
he has
know.
he has a chance to make it a 1v1.
As long as he can pull Poppy, the issue is they're both kind of holding the same kind of angle but on two sides of the map. So he's almost gonna walk into a crossfire if he comes out of where he's at. That's the difficult position he's in right now, and he's got to pick up tickets. They're coming on 10 minutes, almost 12 minutes left in the round. They're gonna have to do something soon. Still have cards to collect. Question is, what are they gonna do?
I think Twitchy's still looking for like some cheeky angles where he can pick off the others, but
Yeah,
pretty sure
they know.
the other team has already learned from that.
Yep, quick changes. Don't stand in the same spot. And they move. Now they're just holding crossfire on two far angles. Only thing really Twitchy can do is kind of just push to the far outside of the right side or the left side and hope he wins the gunfight against one of them to make it a one-on-one. Because he's kind of in a position where he's trapped. Neither one of them are in a position to be sniped, as they're not in a high spot showing their heads off. They're both laying down holding crossfires.
Yeah, Twitchy's going back to the warehouse now. Yeah, it makes sense for them to be patient with this. Or not.
Yeah, this seems like he's gonna probably try to push back to try to get some cards. It looks like they're gonna try to push back to pick up their backpack to get some cards. Smart play. It is getting sort of late in the round. We have people stressed out within the last 5 minutes for some cards.
Losing on 10 minutes now. Twitchy here, jiggle picking. Trying to find anyone he could see. He hasn't failed sniping so far.
Trying to get an angle on that October peak. Oh, what a cheeky angle by Twitchy. He jumped back down. He's afraid of a push by the both of them. Gonna probably come back up, go up top, try to get an
It's
angle
very
again.
very expected how this is turning out like.
Yeah, each team's respecting each other. They're a bit afraid.
And
Neither one's.
knowing Twitchy like took out 2 players immediately. It's already like threatening. Yeah, we're closing on 8 minutes left on this match.
Bitchy not seeing anything from that awesome view up there.
I wonder what
Doesn't know that
happens
they backed
if
off.
what if like the time ends though?
I'm sure it'll be whoever has more people. It's a 2v1, so yeah. I would say whoever has more people, more tickets. I would say the only reason why we had the other teams win with 1,000 and they didn't actually extract was because the other teams were fully dead. What needs to happen is one of the teams need to extract with 1,000 if the other team is up. So
Yeah,
if Twitchy does stay up and try to wait until they call in extraction, which is I think the game plan right now, is to just wait until they collect 1,000, wait for them to try to call it in and try to fight both of them trying to extract, or one of them.
and try to steal the cards.
Mm-hmm. But if
Yeah, I don't think
Poppy and
it's happening.
October are smart, they would set up with somebody watching the extract and one guy with the tags on the extract and kind of just bait him out to fight that one-on-one on for the guy with the on the extract with somebody picking him. Does seem like that might actually happen. You do have October holding the outside towards the wall with Poppy holding a hard hold inside of Fortress. Just pitching their tents. They ain't got much to do. Play it cool, hold your angles, and listen. Richie has no clue. He thinks he thinks they're still on the roof. He does have an idea that they're over in that corner.
Yeah, they're both on that side. They're both
I would
holding long angles.
I would say it's probably coming back from October's original kill earlier. He's just worried about that. I would assume how powerful that spot is on that wall. Hopefully they do maybe possibly open up the street for the next tournament so that way people can use the street because that one little area is a
Yeah,
very tough spot to try to push onto or push into due to that one little area you can lay down in. Kind of just set one person up, and if you don't gas them out, nade them out, makes it very difficult to push Fortress unless you're pushing it from the medical building side, which then again leaves you to the alleyway that's very open, or to the main street on the backside, which is closed off. So it's a very tough position to push this Fortress. It's definitely the power spawn.
Twitch is looking for more angles, but I don't think he'll spot the rest of
They made
PMS
sure.
anytime soon. Yeah.
They know from that one kill he got, not to peek up there. 2 kills. He managed to pick Rubber Ducky and Goro.
This is a good play for PMS. Just stick together in case Twitchy pushes. You can fight for a trade. Which I doubt is gonna happen. Like Twitch is way far across the map.
And he's running red hot. Been doing a lot of running. They scan. They might know exactly where he is when he gets close enough. October holding the far left push like he was earlier, just in further back position. Making a move for the boat. He's got 2 minutes left. He really needs to make a big move here. Does seem like it's going to be whoever has more players up. He's gonna have to at least get one pick.
I think that's what's gonna happen.
Mainly just trying to make sure he keeps above that 25 stamina, so in case he gets into some sort of issue, he can definitely move and not have no stamina to run. Especially he's gonna have a big run here. Is he stuck?
I think he's stuck.
I think he got stuck.
Oh no.
This is not good.
Oh my god. Oh,
Oh,
he did
oh
not shoot it. He
no.
did.
Oh no, this is
He's-
not good.
No way.
This can't be how it happens.
And they heard him shoot, right?
Yeah, they heard him shoot the pistol, so they... Oh, he got out. He got out.
But I think they already have an idea where he is
Yeah,
now.
yeah, and he has 1 minute left to do something. He just needs at least one kill to make it a draw.
Thirty seconds. And we'll leave it to the team to tally the score. But we're kind of leaning towards PMS getting this one.
And he does have 10 seconds, and they are pushing inside the construction. That's game.
Yep.
Unfortunately, he
Right.
wasn't able to do something on that last minute or so.
Yeah, a complete turnaround from what the first round was like. First round was more fast-paced, tons of gunfights. This one did have some gunfights, but more or less some sniping. A lot of sniping from Twitchy and a good long angle play from October, which is really good. Prevented the push. What are your thoughts about this game?
I would say probably with PMS getting that first pick was huge. October holding that angle. I think if he wasn't, I think Nye probably would end up doing the same thing he did in the last round, coming up from under and wiping out possibly one, maybe two, making it a lot easier for Twitchy, especially if that ended up happening. He probably would end up taking out that player, leading on to Twitchy getting another kill and it being a one-on-one. So who knows that if October didn't get that kill on Nye, could have been a completely different game.
Yeah, so we flashed the standings a while ago, so we just showed it was the same score this last matchup did not count. It will be a rematch since nobody completely won that previous round. Right now we're in Akiyama.
Tune in with. As you see, we got FPMS getting the what I would say is probably one of the stronger spawns with antenna, and we have the Outcast spawning on Lakeside. Not my favorite spawn. Quite a long way to run, leading you to be quite out of breath by the time you actually start getting into an area where you can see your enemy. Meaning, if you do receive some shots, it makes it a lot harder to actually do something. On the mountain, you have a whole other side of the mountain you can hide from. Down here, if you're caught out in the open by the mountain guy, you're not in a good spot with no stamina.
Yeah, and as we look at like the loadouts, most again are using KCs and B11s as for the execution.
Yep, execution, big key. I want to make sure those kills count.
We do see one DR10 from Koro.
Still a smart play. He does like that DR10. Looks like we have Nye looking to go in and take the main building. New villa. You may have a general idea that Nye will be pushing in soon. He will have to fight Raymond in there.
This might be a similar strategy that we saw in the previous round with Aldous. So Nai might be doing the same, taking on Raymond and his crew on his own. But hopefully, I think he has backup.
And it's, I think he could be also trying to make the play of making him think that the whole team went to Villa and make them push viewing right into October and the rest of that team. We do have Dark Plague already pushing up very far. Almost got full view on Tunnel. October might even be able to get an angle on him fairly soon. 9 the garages. Trying to look for Koro. Did get a vision on him earlier.
Car got spotted out. He's looking to relocate.
Rubber Ducky possibly trying to get an angle. Again, they need support, so they are going at least a 2-1-2 or 3-2. You do have Acidic and October together. Unfortunately, at this rate, they don't. They all have elimination weapons, so if anybody goes down, that's it. Acidic at Tunnel, trying to get a view on Plague. Falling back. Possibly going to the antenna. You do have Poppy. Poppy and Rubber Ducky pushing far right side. Do have a feeling Rubber Ducky may be looking to push up to get an angle on Villa to make sure that no one's pushing to clear it out.
Yeah, very scattered play for PMS.
I did not see this coming. They did not play like this in the round robin. They did want to switch it up, it seems like. Ah, Beast. Armband detection. When you're near somebody, your armband will light up. If you do have it selected. And vice versa if they do have it.
It's like a prevention for any form of ambush. So it also applies with grenades. If anything is thrown at you, your armband will light up red.
We do have Nai looking for Toro again. Toro came back to the spot. Hopefully, he was probably thinking that maybe Nai gave up. Nai is still set up. Nai has the mountain covered from the garage. Is fairly good spot to watch it from. A lot of coverage in there.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
playing
Fritz
more
watching the
patiently.
cutoff. Upper Duffy and Poppy meeting back up. Kind of hesitant, really hesitant because of the scan coming up to push into Villa.
Yeah, you can really see how, as you mentioned before, how both teams respect each other and knowing their play styles. They don't want to overextend with anything.
Good fortune these guys see each other every day for a few hours a day. So they do have a general idea about how each one of them play. Not quite in a team, so that does throw, a little bit of a variation in the game, but they do have a pretty straightforward idea about the aggressiveness of each player. Like I said, some of these guys do stream too, so
Yeah.
I do believe some are live. Poppy Archangel. Trying to get a good angle on Villa. Just can't quite get it without exposing himself too much. And he knows it. They're still trying to figure out how to get an angle.
For those newer players, if you ever wanna camp up at high ground in Villa, make sure your scope does not have a glint. You will easily get spotted regardless.
Oh yeah, the glint.
Because some optics here do not have glints, so you can utilize those.
It's a good spot to jump up on the mountain. It's kind of the counter mountain to the antenna. There is only one way up to it. Again, both teams almost running a sort of crossfire with most of their players. Trying to make
Yep.
sure that they're just covering angles for whichever team's going to push first. October's still steadily holding the far side again.
Yeah, trying to make sure
someone to
nobody
overextend.
flanks from tunnel side. Yeah.
They do almost have like an umbrella setup on them.
Scans are out. This gives it an idea that no one has invaded Villa yet.
Smart play by that team by not looting it. Good also in ranked. Best idea is not to immediately start trying to pick up cards, as well as it will give the enemy team an idea as to where you've been and possibly where you're going. And we at
Position is
least
key.
till a good portion is out. A good portion of
Yep.
the team is out. Some are deciding to pick up cards. We are coming up on 15 minutes again in the raid. Not a single death yet. Nye is giving some shots at Acidic. Would manage to get an angle on them. Being that the Outcasts are holding a pretty solid spot inside Villa, it's gonna force PMS into a situation where they're gonna have to push. And they're gonna be coming down from a mountain with no cover. So they're gonna have to start thinking about making a play to getting position in the Villa soon, or they're gonna have a very tough position going for cards.
Yeah, like,
Night vision and thermal scopes are not allowed in the tournament.
even that October is also like on the very far side. This isolates him a lot from his teammates.
Yeah, it's a very risky position, especially again they're gonna have to push over into that Villa, and it ultimately seems like they're just kind of afraid of a push and being covered by the other team, yet they're not really. I mean, they have the mountain. Where October is quite actually risky for him, only because unless he's setting up for a late push, which he is. It seems like that's what he was
It's
doing.
risky now what he's doing, yeah.
Yeah, it seems
I
like he
think
was
he might
just
get spotted.
waiting for a lull in the game, waiting just long enough for them to think that he may have possibly moved off of that position like he did last game. It seemed like he's going to use the delay to push up. For Dougie, he did go down.
No, we're trying to do a flank here.
PMS did lose one. I believe 9 did get the pick. Very cheeky angle from the garages. He may see Acidic. He does. He does spot Acidic. Acidic was a bit risky with that play coming out in the open like that.
Acidic was a snake.
Yeah.
Wait,
And that shows you how strong
not
that snake is.
we might not have caught it, but Ducky's gone.
Yeah, Ducky did. Ducky was taken out by 9.
Unfortunate.
Yep, that overextension.
And October though is between two players. October's in between two players. He's between Dark Plague and Fritz.
And he has no idea. He
He's
may
looking
be
for
taken
them.
out here. Dark Plague's coming up on him. They're
He
fighting.
finds Dark Plague.
Takes out Dark Plague, but he's taking shots. Oh, it may not be enough around that corner.
Manages to survive.
Yep, Fritz almost caught him. He just managed to survive. That angle was almost just not enough to keep him alive. They just couldn't get the shots on him. Fritz is waiting for information on October. Just can't quite hear him. He is using his goggles to see if he can see him on thermals, but October is staying cold enough that he cannot be seen. Nye again knows Acidic is over by the other garages, so he's just rotating out of his old position to make sure that Acidic doesn't know where he is. Acidic does have an idea, though. Thinks he's inside the garage. Scanning the area. Fritz goes down by October. October makes a big wide play. Unfortunately, Fritz, standing still, gets caught. Trying to listen for sound. Unfortunately, you guys can't stand still. You gotta keep moving. Fritz was possibly more afraid of being killed from on top of the mountain that he should have possibly pushed towards the left, towards Nye. So at least he had some coverage from his teammates.
Yeah, they could have traded at least, but yeah.
but instead he pushed out towards the viewing deck, leaving him all alone with no coverage from above. Remember, too many angles. You can't let yourself be exposed to too many angles. You need to push back and have your team help you.
Now,
Good Neo and Twitchy up there.
3v4 situation.
They'll have a chance. They do have their two strong players still up, Twitchy and Nye. Dark Plague is making popcorn every round. Love you, Dark.
Yeah, the Outcasts are slowly entering Villa. While Koros scouts from afar.
Are they trying to get an angle?
Comes the scan.
Backpack should be going down now. They are tied, 122 to 122. Sorry, that was a glitch. What was I about to say?
Nai is very close to two players. Not sure they're aware and he's in this building.
He was able
They
to
might
get
see
the
him
pick
though.
from this building on Ducky earlier, so they might if he didn't move out of that building only because he hasn't taken out Raymond yet, so Raymond is still up, I believe, so he's kind of stuck in this position. He can't get out of it. They need someone else to come in with another grenade. They need to flush Nye out. October backing his teammate up. Nye just can't. He's just stuck.
Yeah, he's trapped in there.
He must feel like a fish in a bowl right now. He does hear him coming up. He should hear him coming up. He did use his armband. They do know where he is, unfortunately, from that armband scan. That may have not been the play. Oh, he just looked away when he could have caught him under the. Oh no!
The timing, right?
Timing is everything, guys.
But Nai knows he has an idea. He might actually peek it again.
Fortunately, if October can get up on top of this angle, it might just be over for them. You really need Neo to get an angle on somebody.
There you go.
Acidic
Nai.
goes down to Nye. He gets that angle that I was talking about.
Yep, he re-picked the corner and saw him.
Good play. He does get that elimination with the elimination gun.
Fortunately, there was no trade given.
Yeah, October was not able to get an angle without forcing himself into another angle. Now it's 3-on-3. They did manage to even it out. It's a 5-on-3 to a 3-on-3.
We're at 6 minutes left of the round.
Need a big play from one of the teams. Neo is coming up to support, but will Poppy catch him? Poppy just needs a decent angle. I'm sure Nye may have caught him with those thermals. October thinks he's holding the main room. Doesn't quite know where he is. Should have an idea from the kill, but he's thinking that they moved. Might be playing the brain game. All stream I've been talking. Make sure you move after you die. Some people do think about you moving, and they don't think that you would stay.
That might be the case, but
Neo might be a little too aggressive here. Might lead to disaster if October does the right timing and peeks. Oh no. He doesn't see Neo's gun. That's so
Oh,
unfortunate. Oh
yeah.
my god.
It's also morning. It's easier not to see the players.
Yep. Morning does come, so nighttime is over. Neo was able to get inside without
October
being
has the
seen.
angle, but he missed the shots on Nye.
Does seem like he did receive some lag on there. He gets hit.
Ignore it.
He does get hit by gas. Neo's throwing a second gas. He's double gas. He's getting
They
lasered.
got him.
Nye got him. Neo and Nye. Koro's coming down to help Archangel. Wasn't able to get an angle on either one of those players. Amshati did not see Neo move into that building. Twitchy still playing it safe. Doesn't quite need to do anything yet to blow his position.
Something needs to happen soon, though. There's almost like 3 minutes left.
Yep. Otherwise, gonna be another rematch.
I'm not sure.
Hope not. I think these guys need to make something happen. We do have 2 more rounds ahead of us. Poppy. With the cheeky angle. Will they check the spot? Oh my god, they did. They caught him.
How did you see him there, man?
It's a known spot. You have to check it. Anytime you go in that building, you have to check that spot. Both of those climb up spots. But you can even jump behind it. So a lot of people like to be, if you're in a bad, tough position, they climb up and behind that. The best thing you can do is throw gas. Unfortunately, they didn't have any, but they pushed into the room, and I think he actually shot at one of them, and they both pushed in and just killed him.
Nice.
Good support by Neo and Nye working together on that play. It is 1 minute and 45 seconds left. They need to find that last player. But do they know where he is? I don't think so.
They're hunting. They're hunting core right now.
Yep, they're hunting that last player. In the last minute.
Yeah. Not sure what will be called here. Might be another draw, but I don't know if our rounds will only be in 5 though.
Nye pushing into Villa. Possibly thinking that he might be hiding in one of these rooms. If they don't win this, unfortunately, it'll be another draw round.
Yep.
This might be a game plan that other teams use in the future if, unfortunately, this this is how it is. If you go
Yeah,
down, the play might be try to just survive, even if you're the last player up. Pull a draw and try to go for a new game.
just to keep your team alive or
Mhm.
within the tournament.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It
it's
seems
not
like
as exciting, but it's still a strategy.
yep, it keeps you in the game. So we'll have to see what happens. In the next few games, I have a feeling there might with when they have a lead like that, I have a feeling they might get a hell of a lot more aggressive when it comes down to it because when you're up 3-1 like that on player count, you really need to capitalize because next game they could get lucky and it'd be the reverse. So if you don't capitalize on every situation you get, when you're up multiple people, when they dropped that one player, I believe it was Poppy in the garage, they really just needed to split up and search every part of the map. Just split up and search every part of the map. If one of you go down, that's where he is. He can't kill the other two of you. You two link up and you guys go search him down in that last spot that you know where he was. He can't get too far. Stamina only gets you so far. So the best thing they really could have done is split up, take one loss, and go for a 2-on-1. I know it's still hard, but you have two angles. The guy has only so much ammo and so much health. You gotta make those plays.
So yeah, we'll do another rematch this round. It already goes to show how much both teams know about each other, how each other play, knowing that they've all played together for the longest time, even with OTK here. Like you can see how much respect they have for each other and how well they know each other with their plays. So let's
Yeah,
see if anything changes up in this next matchup.
and the communication seemed great between Neo and Nye in the garages. Just sucks that they couldn't, turn it over and finish out that last guy and score still being tied 1-0. Be a draw round.
As soon as Goro was the last guy, he just left.
Yep.
He was zooming.
He was like, "I'm out of here. I gotta survive." I mean, they knew they won. I believe who was it? The Outcast won the one or drew the last game because of it.
Yeah,
So they kind of figured out, hey, if we can survive, let's survive. They did it.
yeah,
And unfortunately, I believe PMS got the underhand in the game before. They may have thought that it was going to be a finish if they have two players over one, but they got the
yeah.
draw, and now it
The
bit them in
same,
the butt.
same result.
Yeah, I'm sure PMS wish they probably maybe hunted down Twitchy on that other round and maybe made it a 1-1 game because this could have easily been a 2-0 game if they
Yep,
didn't transfer that first round.
yep. So analyzing their current loadouts right now, not much change. They're all still sticking with their usual guns. I don't see a DR10 yet, but yeah, most again are B11s and KCs for the quick executions. Yeah, let's just wait for the players to get ready. And our current standing again is still 1-0 in favor of Outcasts.
And they still need two more.
We'll be here all night.
Possibly could be. We do have four players not readying up.
It's like my first time seeing a matchup where they didn't kill Raymond immediately, or they didn't kill him at all. He didn't die in this game.
No, I think they also from the prior games they did realize that going after Raymond is a big notification to the other team as to at least where one player is. So I mean, getting near him, you get shot in the back. We saw two players go down in an earlier match to Raymond. One player in a match earlier than that. So a lot of them, it seemed in that one at least, they were just completely avoid the area and just try to catch them when they're going in.
So like it's also like a potential of weakening your armor or your health, or as we saw earlier, potentially getting knocked out by Raymond.
Yep.
So yeah, there's a risk involved in facing him. Right.
Do have Outcasts are already. I'm sure they're probably gonna be running the same setup as they did in the last one.
Yep. I'm really amazed though. Like before I did mention like when you shoot a weapon, it reveals your or you get shot. It reveals your HP bar above your head. But all the shots that I saw in the last game were all like I think based from like sound cues, and they really knew where to shoot based from the sounds that they heard.
Yeah, but they seemed like they were playing a lot more of get near, don't show yourself, but listen. Listen for footsteps, listen for information, try to get it, and not be too open to letting yourself get shot.
The fact that October was able to like flank two players, that's just shows that they all three of them did not have the armband on. They all had the tactical glasses. Because
Yeah, it's
without the
something.
armband, you have no knowledge of like nearby enemies.
And that's something that they should definitely take back to, the drawing board and try to remember for this next game coming in who possibly they were around, and if they weren't wearing it, maybe switch with somebody else. Maybe you wear it this time, and you know somebody else wear gas masks. Because I mean, if you guys didn't catch them coming up on you that close,
Yeah.
it might be smart to wear it this time, or at least one of you. I would ultimately say even like a 3-2, three glasses, two armbands, and have one armband with
With one
paired
group
up with the
and yeah.
glass.
Yeah.
Just so that way that the one glasses guy isn't gonna be snuck up on, and he can see him at a far distance with the glasses, or in trees, or in hard cover, moving up on them. But
All right. Take a short break.
and we'll be right back.
Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction, and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources, and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Slide's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Goodbye.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. Alright, another mission accomplished. Wild beer will never become the haunted. Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. Alright, another mission accomplished. Wild beer will never become the haunted.
Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. In the third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Bye. Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Bye. Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Slide's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Goodbye.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. Alright, another mission accomplished. Wild beer will never become the haunted. Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. Alright, another mission accomplished. Wild beer will never become the haunted.
everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins, and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Bye. Hi everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothes, new guns, armor, shelter skins and lots more. More than 2 million players worldwide participated in Lost Light's current open beta test for both Android and PC platforms. The third quarter of this year, we will launch our first
iOS version for testing. If you like shooters but also enjoy the thrill of strategy and development alongside your combat, we will love Lost Light. Somewhere on the screen you can find our social media. That's all from Lost Light and NetEase Connect. Looking forward to see you next time. Bye.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. All right, another mission accomplished. Wild beer will never become the haunted.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the late and long timeout. We just had a little issue with a bug that's currently in the game, an unforeseen bug. During custom games, if a team picks up a backpack and gets killed with the backpack, the other team can't pick up that backpack anymore. So they can no longer pick up cards, meaning no one can leave the game. So unfortunately, the last two games were canceled out. We will be continuing from game 4, so as if it's a best of 3 now. But from this point on, no player can pick up the backpack until everybody's dead and they're picking up cards to leave, and or have a clear shot of picking up cards without dying with the backpack, just to no longer have this bug happen so teams can finish the game. So we're going to be starting up the next game here, and it'll be game 4, and it's going to be Team Outcasts versus Team PMS.
Baka Nakiyama.
Team Outcast is going to be starting on Lakeside, while we have PMS starting in Villa. Does seem like a repeat.
So they can't get the bag yet.
They can get the bag. They can't grab it off the start, only to avoid any bugs or issues. So once everybody has been killed, then they will go and pick up the bag. It was happening during the first couple rounds of the earlier games with the earlier teams. They would wait until everybody was dead. They would run to the opposite team, pick up the backpack and pick up the cards and finish the game. But unfortunately, I guess out of habit, a lot of the players were picking up the backpack so they can pick up cards throughout the game. It happens. It's an unforeseen bug, but we had it handled. But as we move on to game 4, we will have Team PMS taking control of the mountain, with Team Outcasts taking Villa. Does seem like Twitchy is going to be holding the lower part of military, possibly picking up some information from the opposite side.
Yep.
Neo holding Soft Mountain, the one way up.
You can see a similar rotation from their previous games. Yeah,
Yeah.
similar walk-in from Nai. He's already in Villa, but not fully extending towards Raymond.
Yeah, he's going into the garages again. He seems to like that position. It's a good position. A lot of cover. Good angles to peek from too. He's got 2 left-hand peeks out of that garages too. If he's peeking the mountains, and in that last play that we saw him peek, the guy
Yeah,
under the truck, he had that left-hand peek.
he was hard to hit in that angle.
Yep. See why he likes it. Fritz is making a different play by going down to the bottom.
I can
Holding,
see
look out.
what team? Sorry, I can see the other team already has cards. So does that mean they have their bag with them?
No. It shouldn't. Hope not. I know all the teams were told that they shouldn't be picking up the backpack. That's what took a little bit of time, was each team, and then in the future games, each team needed to be also brought together and told. So they also needed to go and tell Locos and Team IC what needed to happen with the future games. So that way we did have a longer delay than expected. Do have Koro cleaning out some of the roof of the
Now I might be into a
bodyguard.
fight here. It's very close to 2 players.
Tober holding that left side again. Oh, 9 did go down. 9 acidic traded.
Oh, there you go.
Both teams have 1 player
Traded.
down. Koro getting stuck. Does seem like he was receiving some fire. Kind of overextended on that small mountain under our antenna. Sure, he wants to get back up to antenna. Fritz. We got Fritz and Plague moving in on October on the far left side by tunnel. Could get dangerous for him. He's focused on Neo. I don't think he knows about Fritz. Fritz has been over there the whole start of the game. Kind of doing the reverse of what October did on Windswept. He's holding that one angle to cut him off. Possibly if he pushes that small mountain. They did know that he held that spot in that first round.
Yeah, and he got that flank earlier.
Got Koro receiving shots from Fritz. That should mean October knows someone's on his, should know, like, now that somebody's on his far left. Should start worrying about his far left. He should at least hear these shots. They are suppressed. So that may obviously play part in that. But Koro's got to know he's being shot from somewhere. You got to hear where the impacts are coming from. It's the best thing you can do is try to figure out where the impacts are hitting and figure out where an angle can be hit from there, and where you can be seen from that angle.
October playing this patiently. I think he has an idea that someone might be watching.
Yeah, October. I think he did end up hearing those shots from Fritz, so now he is being a little bit more aware, playing a little less open. He was a little bit higher up in this little cavern. Neo playing it safe. Might be a little risky in this area. It's a bit open. Rubber Ducky might be able to see him at some point. He is sitting up against only against a tree facing against antenna who can't see him. Koro see Plague. He did play that spot in the earlier round on here. They should be able to call that out if they remember. Twitchy looking for Rubber. Will he see him? He is laying up there.
Fritz is kind of flanking October. October might spot this.
Does
He does
Rubber
not.
Ducky? No. Rubber Ducky seems to be in like a little crevice facing possibly garages or the main street. It seems like they're holding like a crossfire right here for Rubber Ducky is just watching the far right flank to make sure that no one pushes like they did in the last one on garages. Koro checking Military Mountain. Not seeing anything. Rubber Ducky, here he is. He's on the crevice just next to golf field. So that would explain why they're not seeing him. He is on that back side of the mountain, not on the front side. That would mean he is just holding a cutoff, just in case they push up that mountain. They are a man down, so they're gonna probably play a little bit more reserve. Both teams know how each other play very well. They play each other a lot. Which is why this game is at a standstill.
Yeah, I feel like it's always a stalemate between these two.
Yeah, they know each other very well. Toro looking for a good angle. He's not going to see Neo. Neo's going to be on the backside of the mountain. He might see Twitch. Twitch is seeing Koro.
First strike.
Nice
And he
shot,
takes him.
though.
Gets him with the elimination gun. That means he's going to be out. Making it a 4-on-3. Makes it a little bit more difficult for these guys. October is in a very open position, and they're all split out. I don't know what I would want to do off of this. Maybe take 3 guys and get Villa. Have one guy stay on the outside for information. Even if you lose him, it's still a 3-on-3.
Yeah, risky, but you need all the
Risky,
info you
but
can get.
if you go in there for Raymond, clear him out, they're gonna know they're gonna have to push.
Can't see it.
I am in game. They are still playing.
Yeah.
All right, so Fritz is still up on the antenna.
Very open.
Oh, he just got knocked.
Strike.
I think
Fritz
he
just
jinxed
got
the
knocked.
floor.
Yeah, it's like he's still up on the mountain. Not anymore. It stinks that now that he died, I have to come back in. October. Oh boy. He's pushing up. 3-on-2. 3-on-3. They did get that one guy knocked out, so they should have information. Yeah, our voices are out. I'm caught up on stream. All our voices are so good. I believe it's H75 that's playing it back. So we're still good.
Okay. It's just base it
It
from
just
the.
yeah, it's
Okay.
based off what we see.
Okay.
Yeah, that's just think that's a bad part. But Poppy's in the kitchen. We got Neo still over on Military Mountain overlooking Villa.
October
Dark
and
Plague.
Ducky, they're close to each other. Oh, no, my bad. October and Darkwood.
Yep. Yeah, still got Neo. He's just watching down below. Who's that? Is that Rubber Ducky blocking their bag? All the way back in spawn? I think.
Can you do? Can you do? Ah, he's guarding the back.
Yeah, I think so. And then October and Dark are right on top of each other. Like almost kissing. October's like right there. Oh, he sees Neo. He sees Neo. He might take him out. He's just waiting for a good second so he doesn't miss. Oh, you wasted it, bro. You
Oh,
wasted it. Oh, he just had him. You just needed to take the shot and believe. Even if you hit him a little bit.
wait, is he
Oh,
dead?
he's still holding in. No, he's still alive. Poppy's still holding the kitchen. October. Yep, he's still right underneath small mountains. The small double mountains. Yeah, Rubber Ducky's pushing up to Villa. Dart's watching antenna. Oh, he's back. We got Rubber Ducky pushing up through Villa. He's gotta start trying to support his team. He's got 8 minutes left.
Or Ducky like walking like a duck?
Duck walking. And he's still hanging out by Villa. I'm shocked he hasn't pushed up towards the mountain. October came back towards the mountain. Seems like they're falling back towards their flag. They do have some cards.
I don't think it's enough though. So, and Trayman's still alive.
Twitchy thinking that he pushed up. Seems like they all are just about on top of each other now. For the Outcast squad. Seems like they're thinking about sticking together, all three of them. If one goes down, they're gonna know where they are.
About 6.5 minutes left.
Yep, they're gonna have to make a big push.
Let's not hope for another draw, please.
I believe, unfortunately, if it is a draw, it's going to probably be Nets game. I mean, it's like Nets game wins.
Ah, I see. Yeah, the pressure is on PMS here because, like, if they rely on these draws, like, you don't have a score yet on the board. What? It's 1-0.
They do have the backpacks on them.
Yeah,
Why are they the backpacks?
I don't know.
They shouldn't have the
No,
backpacks.
that's what I was asking. I was confused that they were able to pick up cards already.
Let me see.
Must be some miscommunication.
Sure.
Ah, best of 3. But it looks like it's gonna be a draw again, though.
Yeah.
Because they're not fighting.
They are making a push though. And
A bit,
Poppy's left in the back. He's still in that villa.
Okay.
Neo just guessed garage, thinking that there might be one in there. Doesn't know about Poppy on the backside of the building. Might get picked here.
Poppy is looking at
Uh-oh.
the corner.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
Poppy
Poppy
is
got him.
oh
And he
my
went
God.
flying. He went to the moon. He went to the moon.
Yeah,
That's a clip right there.
our second player that went up to space in this tournament.
I'm sure Poppy's racking up right now. Maybe trying to get his composure back after seeing a body reach Jupiter. Sent him packing.
Yeah, PMS needs to win this one if they want a chance.
This should scare the Outcast now that he picked him right there. I think I think what could have possibly happened again is they kind of just from because like it was a while till they got back in the game, I think they may have accidentally picked up the bags on accident. And that's why Rubber Ducky was hiding for so long during the beginning of the game. Because he was hiding up in the top right part of the map, and now he moved back down to their flag and into Villa, and now they have someone protecting him.
I see.
So I have a feeling that's the issue, is that they didn't mean to, and now they're hiding with the last person because if they die with the bag, it bugs it.
Poppy though.
Oh, Poppy. Twitchy gets him for 95.
Poppy.
Oh! Evens it back out to a 2v2. Dark Plague does know where he is, though.
Yeah, but given the time, I don't know if anything
Yep.
else is gonna happen.
It's starting to look a little sketchy. They're on completely opposite parts of the map again. And they may think that they're inside Villa because of that kill. And they're not. So it's going to be a little bit. Last minute of play in the game. And they do not have the backpack. They're not able to pick up cards. So we have one side who did pick up their backpack. Because, yeah, they do have their backpack shown back at their spawn. So I do believe, yeah, it was a mistake by...
EMS.
Yep. Just out of, you know, just being used to picking it up for ranked matches. Now they're just searching to try to find them at the last seconds, and unfortunately, they're just not going to.
That ends the round.
They'll end the round again. Unfortunately, when you know how somebody plays and you play him, you know, every few days, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, it's always gonna be like this.
Yeah, I kind of saw this coming. PMS, they are getting the better of them for the most part at most fights. But you know, each team's getting the quick picks. We're seeing them go one by one, and sometimes you know like half the team. But we'll have to see how this next round goes.
This should be the final round, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is the 5th round of Outcasts versus PMS.
We do have one technical problem, and we are gonna take a second to figure it out. Bear with us. Teams were not supposed to pick up bags, and I believe they did.
Okay. Um. Well, well, I just want to discuss like about like this rank mode. I mean, it's interesting the concept of it. But I feel like it has a lot more things that it could be improved upon. What do you think about it?
I think it would be a good setting, definitely for this game. It's definitely got some tweets that it needs to have. There's a few bugs that are causing issues, but it's all part of you know like as we figure out this ranked mode specifically for tournaments. Um, Bugs and things happen only when you play them. You know, so it comes as they come. The game was a good game. It just happened to be, you know, one. It gets competitive. You don't want to lose. You don't want to make the wrong decision. And when it comes down to you guys, all eyes are on you. And that's why I have a real big feeling we saw both teams end up, you know, hiding and not all out rushing the other team because it's just not a good decision in this game. You know, if you're all out running with armor that people can hear, you're just giving up your position as you push in on them. So, you know, it's one of those things that unless you have the proper setup on the last final push, you know, and know where that last guy is. They only knew where that one player was when Poppy got the pick,
Yeah.
and then that was it. And even then, they had Dark Plague right above him. Probably would end up picking him if it wasn't if he didn't get picked by the other player there on the wall. But after that, I would have assumed myself, they're going to be in Villa. There's a player here in Villa. I mean, they're not going to be at Resort. Why would one random player be hanging out in Villa? So,
Yeah.
and then at that point, it's a minute left. There's not much they can do.
It shows a big contrast to how IC played earlier, to how these both PMS and Outcast are playing. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of finals we'll get after this specific matchup. So as you all can see on your screen, the current standing is 1-1, tied at 1, but whoever wins this next matchup or next round will proceed to the final. So we're just waiting on the players to get ready. Going back to the ranked mode, I like it as a whole. I feel like uh, we can maybe make the maps smaller to maybe not really negate. You can't really negate camping in any shooter game, but at least like minimize it to a point. Like at least if people are gonna look for you, at least it's not gonna be an entire map. Maybe
Yeah,
just
it's maybe
that.
just because the other maps they do have like a more confined space at least for Windswept and
Yeah,
Arc. Like you can't go that far and get away from
yeah,
people, and like or you can at least get to a high point and see a good portion of the map and see where people are going. But when it comes down to Windswept, if people are like on over by the monorail. You can't see them
yeah.
from antenna. There's too many curves, too many mountains. So
I mean,
maybe,
you mean Akiyama?
yeah, Akiyama. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm at Akiyama.
because
So
like
if
it's
you
too spaced out. Like
Yeah, so maybe if they move it, if we get it down to possibly, either one side by the lakeside or the golf and resort area where one
yeah,
team, spawns on the bottom part of resort and the other team spawns on the northern part. But it definitely needs to be slightly more confined because there's ways to make it so that it's a little bit harder for the other team if you're at a low point. Because even when it's five people, you're still afraid of being shot out of nowhere. So you're not gonna just run and just not care because suppressed if they're hundreds of meters away you're not going to hear the shots,
yeah,
so
sure.
it's not helpful just running out there out in the open. So it leads down to these plays where we see them sitting in buildings and waiting for people to push, because if they're running out in the open, they're probably just going to get shot by some silent weapon and not know where it's from, and
Yeah,
it's not going to be useful. I mean, we saw it a few
yeah,
times in the IC games. We saw it a few times here where people got shot. People ran down off of their position and hid and repositioned, and that was it.
yeah. It gives a lot of room for improvement, but yeah, given that it's still in the confines of the game or the game's rules, it's not really illegal though. It's still
No,
it's legal. It's fair. It's not exciting, but it's a part of a strategy.
and it happens. I mean, like even in regulars,
Yeah,
where it's not ranked, you'll have a time where you're respawning and you're chasing the guy who's killed you twice around the
yeah,
map because he's just running away from you, and leading you to the net spot and the net spot and the net spot. It's just part of the game, unfortunately, at times, and you just gotta bear through it. And to be honest, sometimes it even makes you a better player because you start to learn where people might be hiding, or you know new positions where you haven't checked before.
yeah. Very cool. Like I even found some spots that I didn't know.
Yeah, you see the spot in the garages where you climb up and you can hide. You can actually hide behind those too. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of things that we can learn off these and from this experience. I'm sure
Yeah,
in the future, much more tournaments, you know, it's gonna be a much better outcome.
yeah. A first of many. For now, what I did notice from the gunfights is like they're very, they're all similar. Like how they all fight. Like given that these players know each other well, they're very similar, and I feel like Although we're switching perspective per player, I feel like I'm watching the same person. Like
Yeah,
they're all so precise and their movements and their shooting.
yeah. As an NA player, I can honestly say I see a lot of how I would play in these guys,
Yeah,
especially when it comes down to holding certain angles. Because we all know it's not. We saw it during the IC game and the Locos game where they were running around. They were
yeah.
trying to use skill over holding angles and being strategic. We're seeing more of a strategic play in a slow paced game from the NA side rather than a fast paced, but still strategic gameplay from the Chinese team and the Spanish team.
You can tell who plays CS:GO more. Right?
Oh yeah, or Valorant
Yeah,
games that have a lot more strategy and you have to think a lot more about each play.
we're just waiting on like the teams to get ready before we move on to the next round. But we have a few more things to talk about. Again, I did mention like there's no official announcement yet, but yeah, this is for sure one of the many tournaments that Lost Light will be hosting. There will be more in the future. Like, but aside from those, there will be like Discord held events that everybody should be part of. If you haven't joined Lost Light's Discord server yet, please join in and please check out all of the socials for those announcements.
I do believe they have a few going on through the Discord right now too. If you guys want to check them out, they usually end up with some pretty good giveaways and some prizes if you do compete in them. So it's definitely worth checking out. Plus, it does actually end up helping you guys learn the map, take some screenshots, create some content for the game. So it is a good additive to your game experience rather than just running around and looting if you want something different.
Because I do notice like there's a steady increase in the player base, like especially for newer players, and a lot of them want to learn the game but do not have like the right source to learn it. So I feel like
Yeah, definitely.
events like these or like watching other creators, like for the people that are participating in this tournament, let's take time to also like check them out, support them whenever we can to also help the game grow as well.
And especially Lazy here. He does great guides and content for the game. Definitely check
I
out his
try my
stuff.
best when I have time.
I know I enjoy his content.
Hey, thanks, man. Uh, I did remember I participated in a. Were you there? Like the creators tournament.
Yeah,
Did you join that?
yeah,
I think I lost that immediately. Did
yeah.
you
It
guys
was
win that? No?
I think I think
I
so.
think Kasi I think I remember I lost to Daddy Luck and Silent Johnny.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember. I don't think we ended up winning only because I was streaming it, so I ended up not uh, uh going well.
Oh, I see.
I had a few people coming after me, but it happens. It's part of the game.
Yeah, right. We're still preparing for the next game.
You do have one player
What's this?
waiting to ready up.
Is this a replacement?
Cabo.
Uh, it's first time seeing this guy. Uh, and the team should
Do
notify if this is like a replacement player or what.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see.
So whoever wins this next round and entire match will be facing IC for the championship of the NA 2023 Showdown.
We are waiting on just Rubber Ducky to ready up now. and Koro. But we do have a 1-1 tie, but the Nets
This is the
game wins.
final.
It's gonna
Yeah.
be tight.
I wonder how will they decide on it. Like, how did they decide the winner for last round? Was it because of the card?
I think so.
So it's gonna be the
Because I know I
based on
do
it.
think they had more cards.
Yeah.
As we wait for further confirmation. Just waiting on the last two players. Or they're just trying to figure out Cabo. Thought he was in this. If I'm not
How
mistaken.
do you know him?
I've played a few rounds in Lost Light with him. So I do
Yep.
know of Cabo. I thought I saw him play with him yesterday.
It's the same batch of loadouts for everybody. Nothing much has changed. We'll see if like the strategy will switch up once the game starts.
Yeah, we coming in. Alright, Cob's been in. Yeah, you got Warrior, Neo, Nye, Fritz, and Cov. Just waiting on Rubber Ducky to ready up. And as the last player readies up, should be being taken into the next game now.
Right.
Here we are. We're going into the final and last game. The winner will be going to the finals to compete for that grand prize. Grand prize of $1,000. $1,000. That's $200 a person. Like what?
It's
These
also
guys-
promising, even if you don't win first, that's still a lot of rewards for everybody.
Yeah. That's why we take part in this, guys. Not only that, but for the fun, for the content, helping out Lost Light grow. And we appreciate them making tournaments like this for us.
Yeah.
Just waiting on the last few players to load in.
All right. We have
And here we
loaded in.
are.
We are at Arc Company.
I was Cabo loading in a little late.
Yeah, a bit. I think everybody's under mine. They're all zooming.
There we go. The server's caught up. Does look like
Oh,
they want
Oh,
2 down.
thank-
That's 2 down.
That's very fast.
Wow. Completely different change.
Quick 2 kills.
A little bit of lag.
Quick 2 kills from PMS.
Who was
Make
that?
that
Fritz?
3. Oh no, never mind. It's Link's team. That was a player.
Oh, it was Koro. Koro getting the kills from across on 3-story. He was on the roof. Neo trying to get the counter slant. He's looking to try to get an angle on Koro. Fritz trying to move silently across the top floor. Cabo finally was able to load in. He was a little late. Team is down to a 5-on-3. Do have Neo still trying to get an angle. Just happens to be not the right angle. Just always seems to be the story tonight. Just barely having the right angle to see people. Fritz checking out in the parking lot behind the buildings, seeing if he can see anything. Most of them are in theater.
Oro's in a good spot right here. You can watch mostly everything that's happening.
Carl did get those 2 picks off them trying to go across the bridge, being aggressive to try to get Raymond or position on Raymond. I wasn't too sure about that idea, you know, considering the fact that they do spawn on the underground entrance in this
Yeah.
setup. You know, they're probably going to move to that 3-story. So to push across that bridge with no coverage from your teammates
That's very risky.
ended up being the downfall. And now they have a very deep hole to dig themselves out of. See if they can do it like IC did.
So we're pushing in from the low ground.
Neo trying to get an angle on theater. Moving back to Acidic. Acidic moving on the 2nd floor. They must know no one's got an angle on that building. That means they gotta at least be moving somewhat freely towards that building. Neo. Here's the other team converging on him. They are moving and throwing gases. Trying to get information. Gases will show your enemy if you hit him with it. Fritz
Is not
does have a
aware
guy
that-
right below him, but not aware of it.
Now he sees him.
He does see him. Almost
He
traded,
missed the
but
shot.
just wasn't able to finish Poppy off. Poppy was 25 HP at least.
Poppy survives. But he's still hit through the gas.
Yeah, the gas almost killed him. He was extremely lucky on that play.
So dude now has the info. He managed to turn on his technical glasses and scan 2 enemies above him. EMS already with 1,553 cards. Might be the quickest collection so far in the tournament, but they're not opting to call the helicopter yet. It's very risky to expose themselves. And as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, you can only call the helicopter if you're holding the bag, right?
Yeah, they do have the bag, but they have 1,000, so they're trying to get out. Ouch.
Neo is sniped.
Oro with its 3rd kill. Acidic does have vision on Fritz. Fritz doesn't know.
Yep, they're calling for the helicopter. They want
Fritz
this win.
now knows.
Strike.
Oh,
Fritz
there we go. Fritz.
turns on him.
It hip fire. They've started their evacuation within 40 seconds. Fritz
Fritz
with
with
a
another
double kill. Yeah.
Last man up. He's gonna need to pull
This
3
might
out of
be
his
it
hat.
for Team Outcast.
First strike.
And he got it. All members from
Great try
Outcast
by Fritz.
eliminated. Yeah.
That was a tough loss, man. That was a great play by Fritz, man. 2 kills in a really tough position with guys across from you on the other building.
PMS officially advances to the finals now.
Congratulations, boys.
Congratulations to PMS for advancing to the finals with a final score of 2-1. As we have adjusted the scoring to a best of 3.
Yeah, the bag bug we had.
So like that was a massive, like, I feel like that was the fastest round we had in the entire tournament. Like
It-
comparing it from their first game to the second to the last.
Yeah,
They really
Arc
turned it out,
is
and
a different match. It's so much quicker. It's definitely one of my favorite, and still is one of my favorite maps when I go play, only because
yeah.
you can get everywhere, you can see everywhere. You don't have to worry about like someone camping up in the woods. You know, you don't have to worry about that kind of play style. So, you know, as much as love Mount Akiyama as well, it's just one of those things that it's if you're not quick and you don't, you know, peak at the right times. I mean, Poppy almost got picked on the back wall, peeking at the wrong time, but he fell back and, you know, pushed up and then took control. So it's one of those situations.
Like yeah. Oh yeah, we'll do our lottery right now. We're calling our second winner. So we'll say stop. And if you have this UID, kindly check your mailbox in your game to get your free Doomsday bundles in your inbox.
Congratulations. Enjoy.
I feel like in that last match, like Fritz and Koro really, like the first 2 kills that Koro did were very important.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
if they didn't get it, it would definitely would have changed the game. But we're gonna definitely check out some highlights here. Let's see them.
First strike. Double kill. First strike. Double. First strike. First strike. First strike. Double kill. First strike. Double. First strike. First strike.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yep.
So we
Uh,
have an
yep.
announcement.
Yeah. Yeah,
We
go.
do have a unforeseen circumstance come down with the Outcast. One member did have to get off. Unfortunately, it is fairly late for one of the members, so they did have to get off and leave. So unfortunately, their team did have to bow out. They will be taking fourth, and we will have Team Locos taking third. We will be going to the finals. We would like to congratulate again PMS and IC to making it to the finals. Two great matches by both teams. If you have anything to add, Lazy.
Uh, yeah. Totally distinct playstyles, but it's gonna be an amazing finals once we hop into it. And before we do hop into it, I think we have a lottery giveaway for one more lucky winner. Yeah, I'll just call it right here. Let's say stop. And
Congrats.
this is the UID of that lucky winner. Again, if this is your UID, make sure to check your in-game mailbox and claim your free Doomsday bundles. Congratulations.
Enjoy. I hope to see you in game.
Yeah, right. We're just gearing up for our championship match between IC and PMS. So expectations. So like these are
Uh,
we both rooted for these teams. Like I rooted for IC, you rooted for VS.
yeah. I mean, it's gonna be a tough fought match. I have a feeling, with the fact that IC did get the chance to watch more recently a lot of what PMS playstyle is, I do think they might have a slight edge, only because PMS did have to spend a good amount of time in between dealing with a different type of play style that's very similar to their own. So it's going to be a big wake up call with the fact that they're going to be behind in a few different areas.
Yeah, I want to see like how IC would approach PMS, knowing that PMS has very is very comfortable in holding angles, and they are very patient in holding these angles. And based from what we saw from IC, they're kind of a bit of an aggressive side. So we're gonna have to see if they fall into these kinds of traps where they become too aggressive to a point where PMS takes advantage of that aggressiveness. Yeah,
Yep. We do have team PMS in and ready. We're just waiting on Team IC to come on in.
yeah,
But I do think this is going to be a pretty crazy matchup. And also to add, we do have one last announcement. The finals is going to be a best of 3, not a best of 5.
yeah,
Only due to we have seen the current circumstances of how the best of 5s have gone. Um, yeah,
yeah.
it's going to be a best
So
of 3.
first team to get 2 wins will be our official champion for this year's tournament.
We'd like to thank again everybody who did participate.
Yeah,
We did have some hiccups, but it's part of what goes on with just jumping into it like we did. Um, it comes, and we will learn. We will go with it, and we will get better.
yeah. It's also like amazing to see how, despite the issues, like they still played on. They performed well. They didn't shake them or anything. Everybody performed well from start to even up to this end,
Agreed.
right?
We do have two of the IC members coming in. They slowly are flocking in, but they getting in.
But for
Yeah,
currently loadout builds right now, I can see from PMS that they're already preparing their KCs for their. I think they're using this for short engagements, like short gunfights or medium to short range gunfights.
yeah. I have a feeling that we're really hoping for maybe another arc map
Yeah,
as they Koro did get quite a few kills on that bridge with the KC, being able to spray him down with that City rounder. So it's going to be interesting seeing which map we're going to be coming in on. I think that's going to be one of the deciding factors, like we said, map and spawns.
It's like
Maps
despite
and
if
spawns.
you have a specific game plan, if the map and the spawn isn't really according to that plan, you might have to change it up on the
Yep,
fly.
and it might even just throw off the whole game plan too.
Yeah.
Because you might even be set up for a resort hold or a villa hold, and you're, on different spawns. So
Just like how IC was like a bit challenged in their first game. It didn't really count, but you can see how they struggled with that lighthouse spawn in our company. But
yeah,
we'll see that since they did make some adjustments, we'll see how much more they'll do in this final game, final matchup.
like I said, I'm excited to see it. We have our third IC member coming in. Do see them setting up their kits. Our first IC member with an HK, doing level 4 and a tier 6 helmet, which is interesting.
You're looking to survive at least a headshot, like to avoid getting eliminated.
Yeah, it does
Easily.
seem like they're gonna try. Yeah, they're gonna try to avoid the elimination, the single headshot elimination.
But they have to be quick though. Like a follow-up shot
Yeah,
will, like,
a
since
single.
everybody's gonna be using the B11, like since it's a DMR, as soon as it hits you, just you gotta move.
Yeah, if you get hit even once, you have to hope to hit you in the head and not again. Otherwise, you are gonna be going down and eliminated. Because even if you get hit in the chest, there's no going down depending on what gun you get hit by. If you get hit by that KC or the B11, body or head, you're getting eliminated.
Not sure if latency is a factor for IC. I'm pretty sure these are mostly Chinese players, and they're
I'm
all playing
sure
on
it
NA
might play a
servers.
factor
Yeah.
on some of the gameplay. I did realize maybe a little bit of lag with the first games that we were watching with Locos and IC
Uh,
due to some latency, but it comes with not having a land setup.
but despite that though, like it's amazing to see that they made it this far.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, especially
Yeah, big
especially
congrats to both teams.
yeah. I mean, you're not playing on your natural servers. You're not playing with your natural characters. I know it's customs, but you don't. I mean, you may even like a certain skin. I mean, I play with a specific skin because of my play style. And if you don't have that skin, it could change a lot of things. Because I mean, I know the shadow skin that I run. It's very beneficial to hiding you in certain positions. So if you don't have
Yeah.
it, or if you don't have a ghillie skin, or if you don't have, those could play factors too.
Yep. Like even the smallest of details can potentially affect you. But like in a tournament setup, you can't really control everything. So
Oh yeah.
you're only given what you got.
And with what they had, I mean, they've reached the finals, and they came back from a 2-0 deficit.
Yeah, a big
Both
comeback.
games, not losing a member.
And even giving credit to PMS as well. Like they really persevered in that previous matchup. We went the distance to 5 rounds. Oh, I think 5 rounds almost. And yeah, they made it to the finals. Right.
Yeah, and they did fairly well in each match. It wasn't like, you know, it wasn't an easy match. So they did at least get some practice coming into this next match, as I don't think PMS is gonna have. It's not gonna be an easy match. None of them were. None of them should have thought they were gonna be an easy match, but it's definitely gonna be a different type.
So hopefully IC shakes off the rust because they've been waiting a bit. and given that PMS has a bit of a momentum since they just played the game.
Yeah, hopefully I see, but maybe playing some games on their server, just making sure that their aim is on, that they're still, able to do certain things because they, you sit around, you get a little lax, tired, you know, especially during the middle of the day. It's been a while, so
Yeah.
I'm sure I would be in there playing running Bath when I can, probably solo Bath, and just trying to kill and shoot and just not go down. Just that's the key, not go down and kill everything that I possibly can.
How long do you stay in Bath, man?
Ah, probably a few radiations if I can, depending
Yeah.
on how much armor plates I'm
Yeah.
able to bring. That's probably the thing that stops you, or if your armor completely breaks down, that could stop you.
Yeah, that's a
Basically, it's
that's
till my armor zeroes out.
yeah, that's a good tip for like players who want to like. But a lot of players ask how do you earn money fast? Like I think the first map is quite the easiest way to get rich. Although there are better loot spawns in Akiyama or Company or even Kaido, Bath is very confined. Like, and in
Mm-hmm.
case you do die, you can easily get back your stuff or even do revenge for the player that killed you, since it's a very confined spot. All right, we'll be showcasing a video right now.
Be right back.
Over the course of my career, many tried to shoot me down, but they always end up disappointed. All right, another mission accomplished. Wild beer will never become the haunted.
everyone, this is Daniel from the Lost Light development team. It's great to meet you all at NetEase Connect 2022 and to have this chance to introduce the game. Lost Light is a survival, warfighting and progression game developed by NetEase Games. Events are taking place in the so-called exclusion zone where every decision you make might affect your ultimate fate. In addition to intense combat, Lost Light will bring you strategy, social interaction and base development. Supply yourself during combat by gathering, crafting, trading resources and by building and operating your own shelter. Combat may not be the only path to victory within the exclusion zone. Rescue and collaborative tasks and shelter visits, there are many ways of interaction we are trying to implement. Lost Light is a fierce struggle for resources, but hopefully it can also be a place where some glimpses of humanity still remain.
I personally like the gun modification mechanic most of all. Making some strange but surprisingly effective builds is lots of fun. For example, you could build a short SC-15 so it looks like a submachine gun, but can still be used at close quarters due to its high ergonomics.
Ranked mode is quite innovative for this gameplay type. Ranked games are more competitive and more team-oriented than regular ones. And of course, by playing it, you can also obtain unique season rewards. Oh, I have only 1 minute left. Let's use it to introduce the upcoming content. There's plenty of new content coming up with the next big update, such as female characters, new clothing.
Alright, I think we're all set for our finals matchup. First round of the championship. The IC versus BMS. Good luck to both teams.
Good luck, boys.
Okay. We're back. We're still here in our company.
I'm back to our company.
And
So-
IC got a underground spawn. They're near underground, but Raymond is not there.
So Raymond may be in that theater spawn, just like the last round. He will be pushing that 3-story spawn with 2 people. We'll have 3 people. Some shots already rang out.
Yeah, that means like some of the players have already seen it, the others crossing the buildings. Getting to a
Yeah,
good
October
position.
pushing up hard.
We're
October
getting some shots.
taking some shots. October able to get the kill, but will he get knocked himself? He does.
It's a
They
trade.
do get a trade. 1 for 1. Koro's getting a look on in the middle. The Icy coming back to make sure that there's no follow-up.
I'm not sure why October was there all alone. Maybe he didn't expect like a full team being there.
Yeah, they did play it. They also did push theater in their last match, in their last round. So they may have thought that they were gonna do the same thing and push into theater for Raymond, and maybe even had Raymond spawn underneath them. So they were like, maybe they're gonna push into theater, have Raymond underneath them, so they don't want to take that close building, and I'll push up by myself. If they're in there, I'll try to take one down with me, but at least have the info that they're in there. I see pulls another kill. That's gonna pull them in the lead.
Yeah, despite October dying, he got the trade and also like some info on where the enemy.
Oppie holding theater.
Raymond
The
is
stick.
down now.
It did take Raymond down. I see watching.
Surprisingly, IZ is the one holding angles now.
Yeah, it seems like they're gonna try to play. They definitely were watching.
Yep. They learn from those few matches at the end.
Oh,
Oh, acidic.
good angle by Acidic, but he doesn't go full down. Oh, he does. Yep, he goes full down. Losing another player, it's now 4-3. IC taking the small lead. Have Rubber Ducky and Toro staying close. Kazakh running over to October's old body, possibly to pick up the cards and pull it closer to the team.
That's instantly 150 cards for IC.
493 for PMS due to the Raymond kill and the clear out. We do have IC slowly making moves and closing in on them. Last three members just trying to get some sort of information on players. They're not quite sure where anybody is. Did he see him there? I think he may have gotten a quick peek on Sakura coming up.
Not sure if Koro's aware that they're getting pushed right now, but most of IC is still in that same building. Yeah, they definitely
He
heard
did
those
have an angle.
shots.
Yep.
You have an idea.
It's a good thing
now.
they left those guys on that floor. Link squad definitely was a good cover. Makes it a little bit harder for them to push right under like they did in the earlier matches against Locos.
Yeah, that's one strategy. Like even in normal games that you can do, like you could just let the marauders or like the stronger NPCs live, and let the other players find them.
Agreed. Yeah, you can use them as almost like a alarm bell or bait. Because you'll either have people shoot them or they'll shoot at the people and alert you to them. So they did have that happen underneath and used the bots to kind of help them out. Kazakh does have an idea that Poppy's holding that angle on them. May have seen him push over to it.
Okay, yeah. Poppy dodged it. Poppy knows he's there now. I'll counter gas grenade from Poppy.
Yep, they do hear him. Seems like they're trying to echolocate with the radar, with the sounds, with the steps. They're taking a few steps back so that way they can see it on their compass to possibly get a little bit more echolocation.
Yeah. Although they know there's someone there, they're not sure who it is and how many there are.
Yeah, they can only just back up and possibly hope up that the footsteps on their compass split up and they can just count how many they see. Possibly what information they're getting off of this. Massive push by IC in between everybody on the PMS team. PMS team taking
Yeah,
another loss.
Poppy got pushed as soon as they heard him healing. There was no chance for him to recover to them. Koro running. He's a bit cornered in that staircase.
And they do know he's possibly on it. They don't know if he went up or down.
Koro goes down.
Where that? Yep.
Rubber Ducky, last one alive for PMS. Looking to take on 4 members of ICE.
Checking for stems.
IC's like taking everything they can get for like recovery. They're making sure they get this win. Even though there's only 1 player left, they don't want to mount a comeback for PMS. They're looking for him.
They are hunting for that ducky.
And Becky's here enjoying the view.
Rubber Ducky just hanging onto his windowsill.
Yes, for those players that haven't tried this, yes, you can do this. You can walk around the ledges like that. Just pray that there's nobody outside to shoot you.
Yeah. That's the only issue they could have. Possibly someone at Lighthouse too. Just depending on the angle or port.
But I'm pretty sure IC is aware of this spot. They might also peek this.
Yeah, their best position is possibly go up to the top floor and peek down at him. Going
Yeah, I think you
levels.
saw it. No, never mind. They don't have an idea. Ducky's looking to.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't have any idea where he is. He hasn't made a sound. He's been sitting there the whole time. So unless someone gets a lucky peek or possibly thinks maybe he's up there, he doesn't have the backpack. Dropped it,
dropped
so
it.
he dropped it, so they shouldn't know where he is. He hasn't made a sound. No one's close enough to hear him to get any alerts. He's silent walking as well, so should have zero sound. They gotta find him.
Move down one level. Let's jump. Yeah. This duck can parkour.
A duck and parkour.
Yeah,
see.
the only way
Hiding
I
well.
see him winning is like he has to isolate each IC member, but I don't think they're gonna do that.
The only way is if like they possibly like checked like the outside walls like one by one, and they just happen to check like maybe like towards the lighthouse. Like maybe this player right up here comes midway to the roof and checks towards lighthouse, but doesn't see him and gets shot from underneath. But that's the only thing. You'd have to pick off one by one, which once they know where he is, it's just everybody converge. You can't take us all. Still are trying to move a bit stealthy. They are afraid of still being shot. Rubber Ducky,
Getting close to one player.
yep, still using silence. Afraid to open up that door. If he opens up that door, they're gonna hear it.
Yep, you can hear them.
Do remember to close your doors and check it periodically. If it's open, someone's behind you.
Yep.
Good way to make sure you know if someone's either following you, hunting you, shut the doors behind you, when you go to a
Was that
major
an
room.
instinct to jump off? No. That's amazing. I thought they would see each other already.
Yeah.
My staircase. Yeah, they will see each other.
They're gonna walk right into each other right now. The PMS player should know that he's there.
First strike.
Here's what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. He's gonna have to. He needs to move far away. He needs to move far away. He can't be anywhere near that position. Once they converge, it's over. He needs to make sure that he has enough time. He has 20 minutes. He just needs to move to another room, get to a different place, and make him start searching again all by themselves just for him. He needs to get them all solo again. They're gonna have to do it to search for him. So you just gotta pick them off one by one.
Yep. Kazakh's already there, looking to investigate. Based from the noise that he heard, or the call out from his teammate.
I haven't quite checked that far side yet. They may not know about it. I'm sure they do, but they're just, maybe so obvious. Why would he be there?
Sometimes like people would not remember this, even though they know it. Like sometimes you forget to check.
Yeah. Especially in like a high pressure situation, you wouldn't think someone go to especially a very open spot like this. Oh,
We might get an angle
will
here, but if he
yeah,
gets caught here, he's officially dead.
yeah. He's in a trouble spot.
Oh, he's falling.
Did fall down one level. They
Has
almost caught each
no,
other.
has no info. I mean, if IC is gonna be scattered like this, like I think Ducky has a chance as long as he can isolate them.
He's got one more shot to isolate Kazik. If Kazik makes the mistake by coming up the stairs solo again, I don't think they'll
Yeah,
make that same mistake twice.
but I think
Fool me
IC's
once,
already like prioritizing to get the cards to force
gets to the
Ducky
1K.
to
Yeah.
rotate to the extraction.
Smart play. Ducky's gonna start feeling the heat soon enough.
Yep, just 13 more cards for IC.
Drops down another floor. The backpack is down. Checking the fourth floor, I see. Rubber Ducky making a move to Lighthouse, possibly trying to get a different angle on them. Fortunately, I think he did get seen by the GAN. That might be an issue.
Thank God he healed. I was like, your legs are red. Heal.
But I don't know if they saw his alarm. They didn't see it on his scan. There's the
Yeah,
1K. He's gonna have to
yeah.
make a move now.
They're like, if he doesn't want to come out, we're gonna make him come out.
Yeah. Flush him out like a rat. The only thing he possibly could do is maybe throw a gas up there, but then they would know he's in throwing distance.
Yeah, they just
That's
watch
the
the
only thing you could do is
staircase.
just make him a little worried. They do see him on thermal. They know
Yeah,
exactly where
they're
he is and
gassing
where
him
he's
out.
going. I see players dropping down on him. He's trying to just keep moving.
Ah,
Unfortunately, he wasn't able to turn on that IC player. Intense first round.
it happened so fast. Like, but except for the last part, but still though, Ducky gave a good fight for this.
I mean, if he would have gotten that net player right there, it could have went either way if he kept pulling, one by
Yeah,
one, like I said.
I felt like the eliminations were also so fast from IC. So
Yeah,
as
they
they
did.
saw someone, they really made sure that that person would either be dead or forced to rotate somewhere else.
Yeah, they didn't give him an opportunity. It was definitely a different type of play style than what they're used to. They other teams that PMS played. They didn't have that kind of play style. They're gonna have to either wait him out or hold the angle. They're not gonna expect a bit more of an aggressive push, and IC definitely took that aggressive stance that they had from the first couple rounds against Locos and brought it over here to PMS and kind of continued
Yeah,
it on.
yeah, IC's a bit it's a different fight with IC now for PMS because, like I said, they're more fast and aggressive with their play style, which maybe PMS got used to their previous matchup, which was more like strategic.
Yeah,
But yeah,
more relaxed. Agreed.
So yeah, so current standing is 1-0 in favor of IC. So if IC does win this next round, they're officially our champions for this tournament.
As we come up, we do have one player on the PMS side just getting ready. We do have all of IC ready. We're just waiting on that last player. We'll bring you into the second match. Some great games today. We had some lulls, but I mean, it just comes with that knowing, you know, the outcome. You know, I can win 2,000. You know, I can win $200. You know, it's kind of hard to be like, if I make this one decision, if I push out, if you know, I can't make any changes because I'm out of the game. So it's like every single decision that these guys make, it's a $200 decision. You know. So a lot of guys get to the point where they don't want to make the decision. They want the other team to force a decision, which is what we're seeing a lot of.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. What from your perspective for PMS, what do you think adjustments they should be making against IC?
After that first round, it's hard. It's hard. I would say possibly not having October push so hard. October's a
Yeah,
very strong player. Um, he's very strong aim. It kind of is his play style. I'm the same way. Very solo,
I
like
just
run
wish he
gun.
had backup in that like engagement.
Yeah, if he
Like
had
although he
possibly made
traded,
one
like
more player, he could have
yeah,
that backup player could have kept, you know, that repeat from happening, and he would have possibly made it back to his team. And maybe even if instead of trying to full back right away and return back to that car for cover, he would have been fine. But we'll be
yeah.
pulled into that fourth game, into the second game now.
All right, let's see how PMS pulls this one out to keep their hopes alive in the tournament.
So we do have a swap in spawns. Unfortunately, PMS will be getting the weaker spawn in my opinion. They do have the lighthouse spawn and they are farther away from Raymond. The only good part is they will, if they do remember where Raymond spawns, usually in this kind of setup, they usually spawn right in the edge of the town. If they do end up having to fight Raymond, they should get a good amount of information as to where IC is.
Yeah, that Raymond spawn is not so favorable for a group to fight in. It's so cramped and confined.
That was
I mean, as we saw in a previous match, like Raymond got a double kill.
yeah, you gotta be careful of those NPCs. Copy. Moving around. Under one of the IC players. You have to know if IC hears them. They are all wearing level 4 and 5.
Yep.
Possibly they can hear him. One IC player is still wearing that gold helmet.
October though used with the flank, like
Oh, he did see the tip of his head there. Tried to get a shot off. Believe
October's
he did
down
clip him.
again. Yeah,
Yeah,
but he did
October getting
again
clipped.
trade for one player. I mean, you generally you would like that trade, but you would like to keep October alive for more fights.
Yeah. Especially he's definitely one of the stronger. I mean, everybody here is very strong. So it's hard.
Oh, and Skarai was not actually eliminated.
Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, he was only knocked.
Yeah, October wasn't using an execution weapon.
That's unfortunate. Poor decision. And that's another mistake there is if you're pushing, especially solo on a ranked area where you're not going to be able to come back. Your information is kind of okay for knowing where the people are, but you
Okay,
need
a
to be able to
massive
get that trade.
massive gunfights here. They also triggered Raymond in the squad. Everybody's just dying left and right. Rubber Ducky again, the last one alive for PMS.
A lot of
That hap-
downs.
that
Raymond
happened so
taking him out.
fast.
Is that Raymond getting kills again? I think Raymond's getting kills.
Because like I'm
What
pretty
do we
sure when
say?
one of the IC players crossed, I think it triggered Raymond to come out. I'm not sure if Raymond did the kills here. So again, the last hope for PMS falls on Rubber Ducky's shoulders.
Oh, they're just searching for that one last player. Rubber Ducky pretty far away. I believe he's just trying to make it so that they can't get out this time. Trying to just gather as many as he can. Stay far away from them. Really not far at all from being able to get out though. Only need 155. I'm still beyond shocked of how they. I still don't know how they saw October. He was wearing level 4 silent armor. I don't know.
That
That's
far
just
away flank, and I didn't think he would be
yeah,
spotted like that.
yeah. That's a crazy. It was definitely a crazy kill. And then they pull out Rubber Ducky
Yeah, and Ducky's down.
again. Silent armor. Wow, these guys are
That
just
was.
inhumane,
I'm speechless.
inhuman.
So fast.
Um,
Yeah, I
that would
guess
that would be our
that
champions.
is. Yeah. Congratulations to IC.
Congratulations, guys.
And with that also concludes like PMS falling to second place.
So congratulations, fellas. You can't be upset with with your performance that you guys put out there.
Yeah, everybody made it so far, so we should all be proud of the achievement. Right. Final extraction, and we should be officially done with our last matchup for the day.
And we do want to thank everybody, thank all the teams, everybody who took part, everybody who's been hanging out. Thank chat.
Yeah, even from like the round robin stages, like everybody that participated. Right.
As we have the team, the Lost Light team is checking the final results and getting us the results. As that happens, um,
Yeah, again, we want to share our congratulations to, all teams. Like, we're all proud of all the teams that participated. A massive thank you again to NetEase and Lost Light for hosting this tournament. We hope for more so that more of the community members can get involved, even the newer players, even more newer faces to join the game, know about the game, and enjoy the game as well. Like, as much as we were also like commentating, we also enjoyed watching all of these matchups.
oh, I had a blast. I'd do it again.
Let's just wait for the team to deliberate like the final results. Like again, some final thoughts about that matchup. Like I was not surprised with IC's like um, aggressive play style, but one concern that I had with PMS though is like I wish October stayed alive more. But
Yeah.
I feel like he was all. I mean, in two occasions he died the first time. He always died
Yeah.
first.
And it makes it, like I said, it makes it very hard for you to, before even the game started, I said every decision's a $200 decision. You
Yeah,
know, the decision to run off from your team. Unfortunately, what they kind of, I guess, expected maybe coming from IC with how IC basically did what they did in the beginning. IC did have that one player push out, and I guess PMS was trying to do the reverse on them, and it was kind of like a vicious cycle with every team kind of reiterating what the last team did to them, and changing their play style. The next team trying to learn from the last team, playing their play style, and unfortunately meeting the reaper of what the last team felt
yeah,
themselves. So it was kind of, one team playing the aggressive side in the first round and unfortunately hitting a brick wall, and then they become that brick wall, in the next game. So it's it was hard.
yeah.
It was hard fought games.
Yeah, it's always tough to take a loss, but from my perspective, I always take it like as a learning experience, like in any situation. Like take it as an opportunity to learn more on it and be better in the next time that you get a chance. Like for more tournaments, like for more even like normal games of Lost, like every mistake is also important.
Oh yeah, I mean, like if it may not be 200 in life real dollars, but you might have a backpack full of $9 million in game. It's $10 million, $12 million. You don't want to spend all that time looting, and that one decision of you trying to be greedy ends up
Yeah,
being your death. So we did see a little bit of kill greed, not
yeah,
loot greed, but we did see a bit of kill greed, and it ended up leading to someone's demise. So
yeah,
it's just an unfortunate fact, but with them not knowing how this team plays, coming from a team, they know exactly how they're gonna play. They don't need to push into them. Unfortunately, they don't have, best of three to really test out the waters in the first one. They really gotta hope they have that first good go, maybe give it a good try, figure the team out. And unfortunately, that first round just went as quick as that second, and IC just didn't give them time to learn. That's really
yeah,
what happened. IC hit them hard and fast, and after watching their games, they kind of knew what to expect from PMS, and unfortunately, PMS just got this short hand of the stick.
yeah. Yeah. And it's official. Here are our NA Firefly Showdown champions for 2023. Congratulations to Team IC.
Congratulations, fellas.
All right. A massive congratulations again to IC. We also want to take this chance again to thank everybody that participated in this tournament, the live stream, everybody that hosted this Lost Light NetEase. Thank you so much. Also want to thank my partner OTK here for yeah. I also want to thank OTK here for like being with me, commentating, dictating the
Pleasure.
action as it goes. Like it was a pleasure to provide commentary to everybody. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Like there were some slow moments, there were some fast moments, but all in all, it's more Lost Life for everybody. So once again, I'm lazy, and I want to say my thanks to everybody.
And on one tap cap. Thank you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us.
All right. Oh, before we do go, like we have one more lottery giveaway. It's our final one, and I'll say stop. And again, if you have this UID, kindly check your in-game mail to receive your free Doomsday bundle. And yeah, congratulations again to Team IC. And before we go, feel free to enjoy the final highlights of the championship match.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks so much,
Enjoy
guys.
the highlights.